never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Then, looky there, the midnight hour rolls around in the Eastern time zone. That time, once again, here we go, off and rolling live from the Hotshot Secret Bunker, based out of Cincinnati, Ohio. The Home 20, setting up shop with you for the next 5 hours. Midnight to 5 Eastern Time, each Monday through Friday morning. All right, 24 hours ago, Nicholas hadn't even officially yet come ashore. But it did shortly after the midnight hour Central Time as a hurricane. Category 1, of course. Making landfall, the 19th named storm to hit the United States in the last 17 months. Nicholas unleashing winds gusting as high as 95 miles per hour where it made landfall, causing all forms of damage, drenching rains, storm surge, and of course widespread flooding. Yeah, reaching hurricane status just prior to landfall, actually overcoming multiple atmospheric conditions to do so. Yeah, things starting to get a little gusty, was the quote from meteorologist Reed Timmer as he stood on the beach there at Matagorda Peninsula where it made landfall. Monday evening, the landfall of then Tropical Storm Nicholas couldn't happen until after the midnight hour, which was then Tuesday morning. But even before the midnight hour, he said he was experiencing sustained winds of tropical storm force that'll almost take your breath away. The Galveston County Office of Emergency Management started staging their water assets even over the weekend, the day Nicholas garnered a name to prepare for the potential of flooding. Just because it's a tropical storm doesn't mean it's less volatile of a situation than a hurricane. Could be worse. As the night went on, though, Nicholas gathering strength, overcoming the wind shear and the close proximity to land, strengthening to a Category 1 hurricane. John Lampert, who was a resident of Seabrook, Texas, wasn't thinking much of the storm. It's just a tropical storm. So he kind of underestimated, only to wake up in the middle of the night after the storm had been upgraded and was making landfall. Seabrook is a town about 80 miles northeast of Matagorda, between Houston and Galveston. Yes, started off kind of slow, worked up to a pretty good howl, as he described it, about 2 o'clock in the morning. Started rolling in and saw a lot of branches and trees coming down. Then the rain started picking up. And I was feeling a little bit like Forrest Gump. Video of the storm tearing through Surfside Beach, Texas. Fierce winds howling through the flooded streets. Storm surge inundating houses and businesses alike, whether or not they were sandbagged. One market filmed had not been able to prevent the storm surge from seeping in and flooding the shop. Through the afternoon this past day, Galveston saw some of the heaviest rain, and while Nicholas impacted some of the same areas as Harvey did back in 2017, not nearly as much rain. Thank goodness from Nicholas. Widespread 4 to 8 inch rainfall totals between Monday and Wednesday. Some locations around Houston, 8 to 12 inches before all was said and done. Now, the rains are now east, pretty much right along the westernmost reach of the rain is right along the Louisiana-Texas line. So things beginning to dry out there in southeastern Texas. It's going to be a long night of heavy rain right through central portions of Louisiana and southwestern and eventually central portions of Mississippi. Now, as with other tropical systems, strong winds combined with high rising waters poses the danger of power outages. More than 200,000 woke up without power Tuesday morning. At least 172,000 of those were actually in the Houston area. That number continued to climb through the day, reaching above 500,000 by late morning. By the noon hour local time, the number without power in Texas had dropped back below 500,000. Now, while Nicholas hit as a Category 1 hurricane, maximum winds sustained at 75, which is the threshold for a Category 1. Matagorda Bay recorded gusts up to 95 miles per hour. Now, those were not sustained, but the strength of those bursts would have been considered just under a Category 2 strength hurricane. There was the canopy of a gas station in Matagorda that buckled under the winds. As the day progressed, Nicholas skirted to the northeast, barreling toward communities who had recently been hit by Ida and others still recovering from that hurricane. Entergy, the energy company that provides power across portions of the Gulf Coast, released a statement. Nicholas could adversely affect their restoration operations from Hurricane Ida. 2 weeks after that storm impacted Louisiana, they had restored close to 90% of the power to local customers that were hit by the previous storm. So the new estimate is that those still without power should be restored by around September the 29th. So we're still talking another 2 weeks as we roll into the 15th day of September. In other words, there will be those that were out of power for over a month, thanks to Hurricane Ida. Meanwhile, elsewhere around the country, as we look up to the north, and I see the well-defined cold front sweeping through from Toronto to London, Ontario. The rains are now east of Detroit, pushing east of Toledo. Line of showers and thunderstorms stretching on down toward Indianapolis. That's our next cold front that's running into the very warm, humid air that's been feeling more like mid-July there in the Northeast for the last couple of days. That will be sparking some heavy thunderstorms. As we progress through the day, we've already seen several rounds. One Sunday night, another round on Monday night. Some exceptionally warm air for this time of year remains in place over the east. New York City expecting to have temperatures into the middle 80s again today. Highest temperatures have been all September. Generally, the Big Apple is in the upper 70s this time of year. Meanwhile, Philadelphia may reach 90 degrees today before that cold front approaches. A good 10 degrees above average. And humidity is going to make it feel even more sticky and warmer. Now, that's going to be the key ingredient that will fuel strong and locally severe thunderstorms in the Northeast, especially later today and into early Wednesday night. Severe weather, most likely from Pennsylvania to Maine today. Now, we saw storms moving through parts of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Massachusetts as well, anywhere from Albany to Scranton, PA to Springfield, Mass. All a zone where we could see severe weather later today. Motorists traveling on some of our major interstates 80, 81, 84, interstates 89 and 91. Portions of the New York Thruway need to prepare for definitely a reduced visibility, debris from wind damage that could spill onto the roadways. There is a concern, the risk of isolated tornadoes this afternoon and evening, especially in parts of New England and upstate New York, according to AccuWeather. Prepare for possible power outages across the region as winds could bring down trees and power lines. Forecasters continue to monitor a cold front as it pushes to the south and east on Thursday, since it may also manage to generate some additional heavy thunderstorms, primarily along the mid-Atlantic region. Now, although severe weather isn't right now anticipated following Wednesday's event, downpours are possible in some areas late this week and even this upcoming weekend, with interaction from a tropical system that's brewing northeast of the Bahamas. Any downpours could easily trigger renewed flash flooding following excessive rain and deadly flooding that we saw in the Northeast over the last several weeks. Flip over and see if we've got, as far as our weather's concerned, actually, we've got, let me see here, tornado warning down in Louisiana. That's also going to be a concern through the overnight hours. Storm around Oma, Louisiana, right at this moment in time. Now, that's a radar-indicated tornado about 10 miles southwest of Bayou Cane. System moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. I haven't seen a whole lot of tornado warnings with what's left of Nicholas. Most of what we're seeing is severe thunderstorm warnings and, of course, the flash flooding concerns. So quick look at some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get things underway here on oh, looky there. Hey, Mike. That's right. We're into midweek already. Hump day, as we like to call it, coming on. Zorro, first in out of the box on YouTube. Captain Ron, first one checking in via the Facebook feed this morning. Hello to Richard once again in Central Florida, 72 degrees there. James saying hello to all the drivers out there. Be safe. Rain has kind of slacked up here in southeastern Texas. You're right, that's what I'm seeing on the radar. Most of the rains have now pushed on into Louisiana. Hello to Raymond. Morning, Steve. In Ohio, making my way to New Jersey. You got some miles to run tonight, huh? Bama checking in from the comfort of my own bed, taking a few days off. So everybody have a good day. All right, Gilligan. Morning, Gilligan. Hello, Steve. Having a better night tonight so far. 69 degrees, clear in, where you at? Is that Ironton? Hello, drivers. Keep it shiny side up, he says. Patrick checking in from Pennsylvania. Good to have you with us. Hello to Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, in the overnight cruise. 70 degrees and windy here in Rochester, New York. Waiting on loads to head back to Youngstown. Jay checking in, top of the morning, Steve, and hello to all the truck drivers who've got a balmy 72 degrees in Nashville. Cloudy. Have a safe night. Keep those phones ringing. Hello to Norman checking in from north central Kansas tonight, where it's 65 degrees. Our Canadian friend Andy checking in. Crazy weather coming from the south, streaming across Lake Huron into Canada. Got a big cool down coming this morning. Yes, sir. That's the cold front we were just talking about that's going to potentially spawn some strong storms today there in the Northeast. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Hello to Mike. Beautiful night for a thunderstorm on the front porch swing. Skies rather lit up. Just started to get a shower in Miami County, Ohio, which is just north of Dayton. Hello to Hillbilly Tex. Yep, I'm here, he says. All right. Justin, looks wet in Indianapolis. Yeah, some of those showers. It's more spotty shower and thunderstorm activity over toward the Indianapolis area. But, the heaviest rains right now, I'll zoom in a little closer. Pretty heavy rain, Muncie. Heavy rains moving through Newcastle and Greenwood, Indiana. On over into Greenville, Ohio, from Lima to Salina, Ohio. Sydney, seeing a strong line pushing through Bellefontaine. Going to be seeing some of these rains pushing through the next hour or so. Not sure how far down to the south this line is going to extend. I get back to the southwestern edge, which takes us down into southwestern Indiana and southeastern Illinois. But things kind of breaking up, a little bit lighter rain there. Not the lightning and whatnot you're seeing over in central and northeastern Indiana and northwestern Ohio. Some of this rain heavy enough, we're probably going to be looking at some flood advisories being issued possibly there in parts of the northeast over the next several hours. Meanwhile, our number, as you know, always, it's 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us as we get things underway on a Wednesday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Got an email from Brain Dead this past day. sent me a link. I'm pretty sure we touched on this a couple weeks ago, talking about the supply chain crunch that was supposed to be temporary, which now looks like it's going to last well into next year, they're telling us. With this Delta variant surging around the world, upending factory production in Asia, disrupting the shipping, posing more shocks to the world economy, they tell us. Yeah, we can't get enough components. We can't get containers. Costs have been driven up tremendously. According to the chief executive officer of the Hong Kong-based Musical Electronics Limited, they make consumer products from Bluetooth speakers to Rubik's Cubes. He said the cost of magnets used in the puzzle toy have risen by 50% since March, increasing the production cost by about 7%. I don't know if we can make money from Rubik's Cubes because prices keep changing. China's determination to stamp out COVID has meant even a small number of cases can cause major disruptions to trade. This month, the government temporarily closed part of the world's third busiest container port, for 2 weeks after a single dock worker was found to have the Delta variant earlier this year. The wharves were idled after the discovery of a handful of COVID cases there. Port congestion and a shortage of container shipping capacity may last into the fourth quarter or even mid-2022. According to the Taiwan-based Evergreen Marine Corporation, which is the world's seventh biggest container liner. If the pandemic cannot effectively be contained, port congestion may actually become the new normal. The cost of sending a container now from Asia to Europe is about 10 times higher. That's right, 10 times higher than it was in May of last year. The cost from Shanghai to Los Angeles has grown more than sixfold, according to the Drewry World Container Index. The global supply chain has become so fragile, they say, that a single small incident could easily have the effects compounded. So we're talking higher freight rates, semiconductor prices could feed into inflation. In addition, producers, including Taiwan's giant manufacturing company, the world's biggest bicycle maker, said they will be raising prices to reflect their increased cost. Now, Daniel sent this to me just a few minutes ago, which kind of falls right in line with that. For the last several weeks, seems like every week, we are setting new records for the congestion at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. We've hit a fourth record in less than 3 weeks' time. As of Monday this week, 56 cargo ships are stuck at anchor or in drift areas off the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. 56. The ports are currently dealing with 140 total ships in the ports, including 87 freighters. According to the Marine Exchange of Southern California, it was back in late August, several weeks ago, the ports hit an all-time high, not seen since February, when the onset of the pandemic and panic buying began to wreak havoc on the global supply chain. This queue of ships is a result of COVID-related disruptions. Holiday buying surges paired with the national labor shortage. The normal number of container ships at anchor is between 0 and 1. So having 56 ships at anchor, that is just, it's unprecedented. California ports in LA and Long Beach account for about 1/3 of the imports into this country. These ports operate as a primary source of imports from China. They've all experienced heavy congestion throughout the pandemic. Part of the problem is the ships themselves are double or triple the size of the ships we saw, say, 10 or 15 years ago. Obviously, they take longer to unload. You need more trucks, you need more trains, you need more warehouses to put the cargo in, while the container ships are forced to anchor and wait for berth space. Companies importing and exporting goods to and from Asia are talking additional shipping delays and higher transportation cost. Just last week, the head of research at Fracos told Insider Shipping prices between the two regions have jumped 500% from this time last year. So in response to the elevated transportation cost, many companies have already implemented price hikes. Sunday, the president of UPS, Scott Price, warned these supply chain snags are going to continue into next year. This is one of the busiest months for U.S.-China trade relations. Retailers buying ahead of the anticipated U.S. holidays and what they call China's Golden Week in October. Just to give a real-life example of the kind of challenges we're talking about, one of the dedicated charters was recently denied entry into China because one crew member tested positive for COVID. That vessel was forced to return to Indonesia to change out the entire crew before it headed back. I mean, that delay, overall, that voyage was delayed by 2 months' time. 2 months. Yeah. There's a freight forwarder out of San Francisco said in a recent transportation webinar that transit times from Shanghai to Chicago have more than doubled. What used to take, say, 35 days is now 73 days. Another carrier executive estimated that voyages are now taking 30 days longer than in previous years due to all the port congestion, container handling delays. So, but I mean, I think it was 2 weeks ago, the number of ships at berth or ships at anchor there off LA and Long Beach was at 46, and they were talking that's unprecedented. There's 10 more. It's 56 ships stuck. All right, let's get to our calls here on a Wednesday. What do you say, Demon?
Another day of paradise. I tell you, man. You know, they went from just-in-time freight, or from, warehouse and everything, just-in-time freight, and it's come back and bit them in the butt now. There's nothing warehoused anymore, and so now they've been on just-in-time, and they started that, 20 years ago, and, everybody said, okay, you're going to save money on warehouse, but one of these days it's going to bite you in the butt. Sure enough, it has. But I'm down here in Alabama, headed over to South Carolina, trying to get away from this rain. But got an email from Carnival today.
Oh, yeah?
They canceled the Australian cruise, which we knew they would. Yeah, they pushed all the Australian cruises off until sometime in January, but yeah, we was expecting that email anytime, but they of course every time they cancel a cruise, we end up with another $600 on board credit, so now we're up to $1,800 on board credit.
Wow.
So
if you ever do finally get to go on a cruise, you'll be able, can you use that onboard credit in the casino?
Oh yeah. It's just like cash. You can take and go pull it out of the at the casino, and of course that cruise there, I was supposed to get $2,000 casino play too. So I don't know what they'll do with that on that,
Right.
But so got to find one. I figure it'll be sometime late next year. I don't anticipate even trying to get on one until, I've got the one booked for next November, coming back from London to Miami. But I've already paid for it, so it cost me nothing. So there's no sense in putting that credit toward it because that cruise is already paid for.
Right.
But I don't foresee them sailing at all. I would imagine they're probably going to pull those ships out of Australia before it's all said and done because they're fixed to put the Glory back in operation. Now they had it dry docked and redone it, repainted it, and everything. So
that's because what? All these shutdowns in Australia, right? I guess they're probably not allowing cruises, right?
Right. They had first, they changed that itinerary. That itinerary is supposed to go to several stops in Australia and then supposed to end up in Singapore. Well, they had already changed the itinerary where it was all just New Zealand because they were going to allow travel between Australia and New Zealand. But, I don't think there's nothing going to go on in Australia. I mean, they're crazy lockdowns and everything. But what happened out there in California? Did they vote to recall or?
It's down to the final. It's down to the final days. And last, I think I had here that it's too close to. I mean, it's a razor thin margin according to the latest poll.
Well, today was election day, so I didn't know if they'd already called it or not.
Let me see. I'm looking here. Let's see. With voting and the recall closing Tuesday night. So that's essentially tonight. Yeah, Tuesday night. The possibility of a Newsom being recalled is nearly a toss-up, winding up just outside the margin of error, according to this Traffical Group poll. They found 53% of likely recall election voters support voting not to recall. Nearly 45% say he should be recalled. Voting ends Tuesday, and I don't know, so I guess how long is it going to take to tabulate would be the question, right?
They said they had 8 million votes that were mailed in early. So, I don't know if those are already counted or what. So, I don't know. But, I hadn't looked. I wasn't sure.
That story from, I guess that's, I think, 8 o'clock this past. I'll do see if I can find them. I may be behind the times on what's going on there.
Well, you're slacking, man.
Slacker.
Yeah. But, okay, well, that's all I got.
All righty, thanks for checking in. Yeah, what's the last time Scotty was first out of the box? Hey, we got to get our news break in here. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Communities in Louisiana still trying to recover from Hurricane Ida are bracing for more rain from Tropical Depression Nicholas. The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane on the coast of Texas with winds of up to 95 miles an hour. Hundreds of thousands were left without power, and the storm surge flooded many low-lying areas along the coast. Forecasters say Nicholas could drop 5 to 10 inches of rain as it moves further inland across southern Louisiana and Mississippi, with up to 20 inches possible in some areas. And for the first time since the Great Recession of 2011, the median household income in the U.S. has declined. New data from the Census Bureau shows that the median household income decreased to $67,500 between 2019 and 2020, a drop of nearly 3% amid the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost. For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, so Scotty asked the question. I kind of forgot that the numbers would be coming in tonight. Right now, looks like 64% of the vote is in. Tabulated, I guess that means. Tabulated. And Newsom remains governor in a landslide. 66.7% of the tabulated right now says no to the recall. That's not even close. There are still 4,699,000 votes to be tabulated. But again, 66.7% saying no to the recall. California Governor Newsom surviving the GOP-led recall election on Tuesday is the headline. Of the 55 previous attempts to recall a governor of California, this is the second that has ever actually qualified for the ballot. The only successful attempt in the ouster of Gray Davis in 2003, who, of course, was replaced by Arnold Schwarzenegger at the time. So, with 66.7 at this point saying no, I think they could call that one, right? It's in the books. Yeah, again, so that begs the question, why were the polls citing a toss-up, too close to call? Pretty much goes back to what we've seen in many of recent elections. The polls just don't seem to get it right, anywhere close to getting it right for whatever reason. Hello, Jolly Green Giant. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. I want to let everybody know that there is a hit contract out on Gilligan for a poor imitation of Knucklebuster.
Uh-oh.
So I just want to make sure you know that we are going to eliminate that problem, and we don't have to listen to that poor imitation no more. So I'm sorry to say it, but it was coming for a long time. Also, it is definitely raining on the west side of Indianapolis. On 74, I ran through a cloudburst, and visibility was definitely zero. So I actually had to slow it down for my four-ways on. So there you go. And all that, I feel sorry for those Texans, and I hope everything is safe down there in Texas. And we were on the conference line talking about illegal moonshine, and I think Texas Hillbilly said, well, it's got to be white lightning. I said, well, how about that put some food coloring in that moonshine? Then it won't be necessarily illegal moonshine.
Uh-huh.
So either way, I just want to say good morning, and I want everybody to have fun. So happy hump day, and I will be listening on the side. Take care of 1010 on the side.
There you go. Speaking of which, I got an email from the Big Moose. Did a quick refresh on the radar. Yeah, it looks like that line that pushed through Indianapolis, now east of Indianapolis, things are kind of dying down and further south in Indiana. Shelbyville's about the farthest south that the rain has fallen. Muncie should be drying out here in pretty short order. The rain's pushing off to the east there. Still got some heavy rains just to the north of Dayton, between Dayton and Columbus, about maybe halfway to Columbus. You got some of that heavy rains crossing I-70 at this hour, actually, and even between Dayton and the Indiana line. Yeah, still raining along I-70 there, but yes, there are some pockets of torrential downpours in the mix there. I had an email from Scooter a few minutes ago. Let me see, pull that back up. Steve, I was up in Maumee, Ohio, when that line of storms rolled through. I haven't seen that much intense lightning in years. So I'm leaving now, headed back towards Cincinnati. Looks like I'm going to have to drive back into the rain again. Good times, huh? All right, thanks for the update, Scooter. Be safe out there. Yeah, speaking of the 1010, I got an email from Big Moose. He said, hey, bud, got up this morning, decided to take a little motorcycle ride. 10 hours later, I'm eating some killer barbecue in Fort Smith, Arkansas. I'm going to fill up and head back to the shed. Probably going to stop mid-route and get myself a room. So I'll be home tomorrow sometime. Yeah, no big hurry. I'm just getting some much-needed throttle therapy. Yeah, with all he's been through. I got the number 4 son watching my critters, taters playing the company man, so I'm 1042 for a while. Gave me a good excuse to break in the new bike. By the way, this thing's running like a raped ape. Can you say that on the radio? Anyway, everybody stay safe. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Got my 6 in the wind, letting it hang out again. We gone. Nothing like just jumping on the bike. Let me take a little ride. And he just put it into the wind at 10 hours, all the way down to Fort Smith, Arkansas. Hey, he's getting some much needed, as he said, some throttle therapy, just a time to get away and just, maybe get some things off your mind, right? So he's probably resting right about now, but there you go. Thank you so much for the update. Be safe out there on the road, Big Moose. About 17 before the hour. What do you say, Steve? How we doing this morning?
Good morning, Steve. Happy hump day to you. Prayers out to Big Moose, man. He's been through a lot in the last month. Just crazy. I mean, I've heard that saying. Those things happen in threes. I don't know if you ever heard that before, but
yes,
it happened. Yeah, it happened to me once about 20 years ago. I lost 3 close people in my family in one year. So yeah, but Moose will get through it, man. He's a great individual. I've talked to him on the phone a couple of times, and really good guy. I love talking to him. Speaking of which, Pappy and I just had a conversation before the show, Steve, and basically we were talking about tyranny. I could hear Pappy's phone call last night. He sounded kind of depressed and what's going on in this country. He had brought up the tyranny factor. But, Steve, this is getting worse on a daily basis. Yesterday, Elizabeth Warren came out and said she wanted Amazon to, I'm telling this corporation, she wrote a letter to Amazon that her staff has investigated a bunch of books on their website that are promoting misinformation about COVID-19. She wants those books banned. So there's no more freedom of speech, Steve. It's burn the books. If they're not towing the government line, you're going to burn the books. Get rid of them. I mean, I'm surprised they still have American Marxism on Amazon.
Isn't that another sign of Nazi Germany? Isn't that what they did? You burned the books?
Burn the books, Steve. That's the first thing. You attack the freedom of speech. You erase the history. You tear down the monuments. Then you burn the books. And if you're not towing the government line, then we're going to round you up. Just absolutely. Steve, I'll tell you, we've talked about this many times. We've never seen anything like this in our lifetime. Joe Biden is the to me, the closest thing that we've seen to a tyrant, a dictator, whatever you want to call it. I mean, a Mussolini type, a Stalin, a Lenin, whatever Marxist figure you want to throw in there. I mean, this is what we have. There's no joke about this, and people need to wake up to what's going on. You were talking about them shortages, all those containers off the coast of California. I'll tell you what, Steve, I suggest that if you're a trucker or not even a trucker listening to the show, if you've got an extra few $100 to buy some food, my recommendation is go to mypatriotsupply.com and get yourself a month's supply of freeze-dried food to last you 1 month, just in case. That's no joke either.
Mm-hmm.
I told you a couple of weeks ago, start stocking up a little bit every time you go to the store. Buy an extra pack of toilet paper, an extra pack of paper towels, wipes. I mean, whatever you're going to need that they're going to run out of, and just try to buy a little extra. Even, canned goods and stuff that'll last, But, yeah, it's just crazy. But this tyranny, Steve, here's the other thing. I blame the media for this. This mainstream media with the propaganda that they spew. Not only that, did you see that book that's coming out by this, I don't even know what to call him, Steve, this Bob Woodward guy?
Yeah.
He's written a few Trump hating books. Well, he's got a book out. It's coming out. It's called Peril. It's a Trump-hating book. Here's what he said, Steve. 200 unnamed sources have contributed to this book. Not one person, he will reveal their name. Why is that? You know, if you're going to write a book, wouldn't you reveal your sources? Who you did your research and where you got your information from? I mean, I've read quite a few books, like subjects like this, and, you look in the back and you see the footnotes and, who the author researched and where he got his information from. But these guys, there's no names. There's no sources on where he got the information. There's stories in there about Melania Trump. There's stories in there about Donald Trump, how unhinged he was, how he was going to nuke China, which was a total lie. So anyway, this General Milley in the book, they basically threw him under the bus. If this is true, Steve, he went behind Trump's back and called I believe it was the defense minister of China, and told him not to worry, that he had Trump under control and Trump wasn't going to do anything to China. He told his generals, if Trump does something, you need to give me a heads up, so forth and so on. So basically what he did, Steve, he committed treason. To me, that's a coup, isn't it? When you go against the president of the United States behind his back in secret.
Right, to the
he had no authority to do that.
the leadership of a foreign government.
Exactly. So here's my point, Steve. If this is not true, then this Milley, this reprobate of a Joint Chiefs of Staff that we have, should be suing these two authors, correct?
That would be correct.
I mean, right. So if there's no lawsuit coming out, then I would assume this is true. And if it is, then this man needs to be brought up on charges, court-martialed. Steve, if you were a private in the military, you would be thrown in Leavenworth for 25 years of hard labor if you did something like this against your president and your government. It's treason. No if, and, or but about it, if this is true. So and here's the thing. The only thing the media is doing, Steve, is promoting the propaganda against Donald Trump. How unhinged he was, what a bad president he was. It's just total propaganda, lies. And these people believe the big damn lie. Just like what's going on in California last night. 70% of the people out there believe in this big lie. I mean, this Newsom guy is just, he's another one. He's a dictator. He's a fearmonger. And that's what they're trying to do, Steve. Instill fear in the American people. And they're trying to make this country just like California. With the homelessness, $800 grand for a house, the high taxes, $5 for a gallon of gasoline, on and on and on. This is what the 70% voted for. These people, I'm sure you got some drivers, I don't know if they live in California, but I'll tell you what, California is a disgrace. Eagle talks about it all the time when he drives through there. It's a disgrace. That used to be one of the most beautiful states in the country. It's one of the worst states in the country, and that's what they're trying to turn it into.
Yeah.
But I don't know, Steve. It just goes on and on and on a daily basis. But yeah, I'll send you another article on that book. I think I had sent you one on that General Milley thing. How these two guys threw him under the bus.
I saw some of the headlines about that. You may have actually sent that to me. So hey, you mentioned the words living in fear. I shared this a couple of days ago on Facebook. Now, coming from none other than Harry Truman. So that's going back a few years, who said, quote, "Once a government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of opposition, it has only one way to go, And that is down the path of increasingly repressive measures until it becomes a source of terror to all its citizens and creates a country where everyone lives in fear. That was, again, the quote from Harry Truman all those years ago. Simple question. Is there any question in your mind that we have a government that is now committed to the principle of silencing the voice of opposition? It's not just beginning, it's been ongoing, and we're increasingly going down that path of repressive measures, censoring, silencing, cancel culture, canceling the voice of a former president. Now we're talking banning books that may be from, there are many, many doctors and researchers that say what is taking place, what we're hearing from the likes of the CDC and the FDA, and they don't want the people to hear that because it doesn't toe the government mandated line. You've got to be in lockstep with the CDC to be accepted. All right, we're going to get a quick time out here. First, let me jump over. Tater, are you listening, Tater? If you could zip me out a quick email. I got a message from Billy the Kid. He said, I've got a bit of a situation. I grabbed my wife's phone accidentally, so I don't have any of my contacts. And I'm running for Moose the rest of the week. I need to get a hold of Tater because apparently Moose is AWOL on that hog. Yeah, right? So if you could pass my wife's number on to Tater, I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, headed to Hartford City, Indiana, listening in right now. So, yeah, Tater, if you'll send me an email, I can forward this to you because he's got his wife's number there, so that way you can get in contact with him. Sounds like a plan. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of bowling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there, with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmers Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We head down the home stretch here for hour number 1. Making our way into a Wednesday. There you go. Hey, Mike. What day is it? Got another from the email bag here from one of our listening friends, goes by the name of Scarecrow. And he said, Steve, last night, always moving, when she called in, she all but apologized for how the audience might accept her call with Monkey Gouger preceding her. She is far too modest. She stands in line behind nobody for her ability to take the listener down the very road she's talking about and place us right in the center of the event. Last night, I felt like I was sitting right there at the arena as the riders performed. Likewise, the night when she called about crawling under her house to fix the sump pump, I was right there alongside her. My cheeks are still sore from laughing over that one. All I can say is, should Overnight Drive ever need a co-host, you don't have to look any further. Well, Scarecrow, thank you for listening, and I'm sure always moving. Appreciate your comment, your support. But, no need to apologize for how do you follow the Monkey Gouger and all his stories. That's what she was saying last night. All right, I haven't heard from Monty yet. I thought we might hear from him this evening because he was kind of getting an update on this infrastructure bill. But I do see the report from OOIDA and Landline. The House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee denied an amendment to include funding for truck parking during the markup hearing of the $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation bill. Yeah, they held the markup hearing this past day. With the original bill excluding truck parking, Representative Mike Bost of Illinois introduced an amendment that would have allocated $1 billion specifically for truck parking. Democrats shut it down. The amendment was voted down. Give you more on the story, but as they say, the rest of the story coming up here. Plenty of room for you. Jump on in here at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Communities in Louisiana still trying to recover from Hurricane Ida are bracing for more rain from Tropical Depression Nicholas. The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane on the coast of Texas with winds of up to 95 miles an hour. Hundreds of thousands were left without power, and the storm surge flooded many low-lying areas along the coast. Forecasters say Nicholas could drop 5 to 10 inches of rain as it moves further inland across southern Louisiana and Mississippi, with up to 20 inches possible in some areas. And for the first time since the Great Recession of 2011, the median household income in the U.S. has declined. New data from the Census Bureau shows that the median household income decreased to $67,500 between 2019 and 2020, a drop of nearly 3% amid the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with your subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
A new report shows that inflation remains on the rise in the U.S. Lance Pry reports.
The Consumer Price Index, or CPI, is the price of consumer goods and services purchased by households, measured over time. The August report released moments ago indicate inflation continues as the cost of living in America digs deeper into your money. The Labor Department report shows the CPI rose 0.1% for the month and 4% for the year. That means the 5.3% annual increase still keeps inflation at its worst numbers in 13 years. Today's numbers were lower than expected by experts. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And NBA players will not be required to be vaccinated against COVID-19 when the new season starts in October. ESPN reporting that the NBA Players Association has refused to allow a vaccine mandate to be included in the league's COVID protocols and procedures for the upcoming season. A league spokesman recently said that about 85% of players are vaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The American Academy of Pediatrics says they've seen more than 240,000 pediatric cases of COVID over the last week, as the majority of children have returned to classrooms. Dr. Richard Besser says that he's glad to see that there's a focus on keeping kids in schools. But the former head of the CDC and current CEO of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation tells CBS News that there are plenty of steps that need to be taken to keep schools open and students safe.
I'm really thrilled that this year we are focused on keeping children in classrooms, learning as much as possible. But to do that safely, we need to make sure that schools are doing the things that have been shown to reduce transmission. And that means ensuring that everyone is wearing masks, that there's social distancing, that ventilation has been addressed by simple things such as opening the window, that you're requiring people to be vaccinated, and that you're implementing testing. The CDC recommends in areas where there's significant or high levels of transmission that there be routine and regular testing programs for anyone who's not fully vaccinated. And that's something that we're not seeing in a lot of places, and it could go far to make it safer for kids. I expect that this fall we're going to see a lot of schools that have to shut down briefly, but hopefully with testing and hopefully if more and more adults roll up their sleeves and get the shots, we can keep kids in school much more than we otherwise would this fall, which is where they belong.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, back at it here as we roll into hour number 2. Hump day, hump day. Hello, Tank, checking in this morning. There's Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan. 62 degrees. Let's make it a great Wednesday morning. Double R checking in. Out there somewhere. Good to have you with us. Michael. Morning, drivers. And Steve checking in from Columbus, Ohio. Headed down to Lexington, Kentucky. And I think that was all before we even had our conversation with Scott asking about Newsom. And yeah, several people said, CNN called the election for Newsom at like 11:30. Gloria said in L.A. County, I saw some of these reports, people saying they were showing up to vote, but they told they could not vote because they had already voted. Even had the ballot they got in the mail unopened with them. So how does that happen? Hello, Georgia Peach. Letting you know I made it back to Dalton, Georgia safely. Enjoyed my weekend at the Vina Colette with my Cincinnati friends. Take care of the princess. All right, that was good to have you. Let me see. Patrick said, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was massive voter fraud there in California. That undoubtedly, Patrick, that's what they're going to be talking. What's this deal with the people showing up to vote in person saying, no, we already received a ballot from you. How does that happen? That's what happens when they send out these ballots to everyone. There was one 80-something-year-old woman that showed up to vote. She was pretty PO'd. She said, well, you already voted. She said, no, I haven't voted. Now, supposedly, in those cases, they get a provisional ballot, and they have to do some more investigation. I don't know, which just throws that red flag up. More people don't trust what's going on. Hello to, let's see, Eskimo Mom. Outside of West Milton, Ludlow Falls here, pouring down rain, ran me off the porch. Sex Maniac checking in. Says, I-65 South got an accident at the 146. Okay. Yeah, the 15 car was asking about Big Moose. What else happened to Big Moose? I heard about his wife. Eskimo Mom answered his question on the Facebook discussion. But, yeah, he lost his wife in August, and then it was, I believe, September the 4th, was it? Yeah, September the 4th, I think it was, that his brother suddenly passed away. And they just laid him to rest on Monday of this week. The same day, we got the word that his lifelong friend, Possum Breath, had passed away Sunday night, about 10:30 in the evening, had a heart attack, just started complaining about chest pain, sat down in his chair, and went on to heaven. So there's the rest of the story. There's Santa Claus checking in. He's out, and he's one of our California listeners. Steve, we're stuck with Newsom until the general election for now. Looking at the numbers as they roll in, the further north and east you travel within California, the more red it gets. But as La La Land and our good buddies at the Bay vote, so goes the rest of California. Oh boy, he said, he just here a few minutes ago. In the last 5 days, he said, I'm watching Newsom's speech right now. He's doubling down on liberalism. No bueno. All right, looks like, okay, so Eskimo Mom, apparently she's at her home 20 tonight. Beautiful lightning overhead near the home 20 there. All right, so I guess Newsom got the numbers in. He says, okay, let's make our victory speech, doubling down on liberalism. No surprise. Thanks for all those checking in this morning. It is 844-844-3388. I give you the rest of the story here on Representative Mike Bost, as I mentioned, introduced an amendment to that $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill, which would have provided $1 billion over the next 5 years for projects that would increase truck parking capacity. In order to pay for the Bost amendment, it would have taken $1 billion of the $3 billion allocated for the Federal Highway Administration's grants for carbon reduction projects. That is in the $3.5 trillion bill. Bost says, quote, over the past year, truck drivers have been working around the clock. They've been driving day and night to make sure food and supplies make it to grocery stores or put on our shelves. Unfortunately, the reconciliation bill does not include funding for truck parking. This is a missed opportunity, he says. Sitting in for Chairman DeFazio was Representative Greg Stanton of Arizona. Opposing the amendment, Stanton resisted any attempt to divert funding away from the carbon reduction projects, because it's all about the new Green Deal and climate change. Stanton said, this committee has long supported the needs of truckers, which is why we provided $1 billion for truck parking safety in the Invest in America Act. Defending the various priorities in the $500 billion House-passed Invest in America Act, such as truck parking, is exactly why we should have had a conference with the Senate to work through the differences. So that's where it stands right now. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Not going to get it in there. It's about 13 past the hour. Let's get back to our listening friends out there. Who we got on the line? Travel Trailer, who we got?
Art. Hey, Steve.
Hey there. Is it Shadow Chaser?
Shadow. Yeah.
Hey there. What's going on,
How you
Shadow
doing
Chaser?
tonight?
Doing all right.
How you doing tonight?
Good.
Hey, I don't know if you can find it, but yesterday morning there's a accident on Ohio Turnpike, mile marker 150. Semi-truck ran off the road and struck the overpass above it. From what I understand, the driver got killed, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really find anything about it now.
Okay. And where did you say that was again?
On Ohio Turnpike, about mile marker 150.
Okay.
Outside of Cleveland there.
Okay, outside of Cleveland.
It's westbound there.
Okay. I'll see what I can find.
Yeah, it looked very good. They said the driver got killed. That's the only thing I heard about it.
Not good.
No. Yeah, I'm up here by Toledo getting lots of rain. Matter of fact, time for a good storm come through here earlier tonight.
Well, aside from that, how's everything else going there, Shadow Chaser? They keeping you busy?
Yeah. How you doing, Steve? Everybody healthy?
I had that little head cold last week. Still got some congestion and a little bit of a cough, but otherwise doing all right. I think the princess is trying to come down with whatever the hell I had.
Well, that's good. You guys share it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's true love, right? We share in sickness and in health.
There you go. Hey, have a good rest of the night there, Steve. Let me know. I'll listen to see what you found about that accident on the Ohio Park there yesterday morning.
See what I can dig up for you there. Thank you very much. All right, Shadow Chaser. Yeah, speaking of Cleveland, got some of those rains moving through the Cleveland area. Let me see. Looking up to Erie, PA. This line of thunderstorms that's going to be moving into western New York. Pretty stout line of storms stretching from right about Ottawa, Ontario, down to, again, just east of Toronto, and down to just move it into Erie, PA. All along that line, seeing those orange and red colors. So incredible lightning show, strong straight line winds. Over the next hour, looks like we'll be seeing that line pushing through Cornwall to Kingston, Ontario, and eventually get on down into western New York. Buffalo, you're probably going to see the storms rolling through here. Maybe within the hour. Raining, the line pushing through Niagara Falls as we speak, though. So all headed off to the east. Kind of a rough and tumble night. About 16 past the hour. A couple of other industry headlines before we get back to your calls. Again, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Police and transportation officials in North Dakota flipped the script on Monday by handing out free lunch rather than citations to truck drivers who were passing through the weigh station. Yes, it is National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. The North Dakota Highway Patrol, the North Dakota DOT, and the North Dakota Motor Carriers Association joining forces at the West Fargo Weigh Station, providing drivers with free lunches. Lunches provided by the NDMCA as a token of appreciation for the truckers passing through the weigh station there. So Yeah, that's kind of what a surprise. You're going through and you don't typically have, positive, good interaction with the likes of the DOT and whatnot. That's not normally. This year, Truck Driver Appreciation Week's continuing through this Saturday. We're midweek already. Georgia Department of Public Safety reminding drivers move over for emergency vehicles after a state police cruiser was badly damaged in a collision with a semi-truck this past morning on I-75 in Tift County, Georgia. Georgia DPS say the trooper first-class Wright was working in an off-duty capacity when the vehicle was struck from the rear by a tractor-trailer that failed to move over. Crash, forcing the police cruiser into the guardrail. Wright suffered minor injuries. But please move over for first responders, was the statement from the Georgia Department of Public Safety. And one more here. A man accused of stealing over 100,000 gallons of diesel fuel throughout the state of Colorado has been arrested. 24-year-old Jose Romero Brazulio was announced on Monday by the Colorado Springs police. According to the Gazette, police caught wind of the scheme when one of the convenience stores' come-and-go manager alerted police that a man had recently used stolen credit card numbers to purchase large amounts of diesel fuel at his store. Officers investigated the situation. It was discovered that Romero had been re-encoding gift cards with stolen credit card numbers to buy fuel, then loading the diesel into large fuel tanks in the bed of his pickup truck. That particular location, the Come and Go, was robbed of over $410,000 worth of diesel in total. When police finally tracked him down, he was hauling 750 gallons of diesel in the back of his truck. He has since been booked into the El Paso County Jail, suspicion of crimes including theft and identity theft. Not clear at this point what he did with those massive amounts of diesel fuel, but, well, undoubtedly, if you find a way to trace it down, he was selling it to somebody else, probably at a discounted price, making a fortune of his own. 20 past the hour, it is 844-844-3388. Back in 2 here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
but instead you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Five leaders become champions in DeKalb County. Superstock stars dominate in new divisions. And for the Grand National regular season, Sandwich is a wrap. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It is upon us, the 34th Enderley Memorial Pull-Off, this Saturday, September 18th, beginning at 5 p.m. Founded by Kent and Joan Enderley in 1987 in appreciation of their customers, since 2006 it has been a marquee event at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio, where top 5 finishers and qualifiers from across the country go all out for the right to be called an Enderley champion. With 21 classes and 102 competitors going non-stop on twin tracks, we'll get from start to finish in a little over 4 hours, including an intermission. So if our reports have piqued your curiosity, find out what our sport is about by attending the Enderley, either in person by buying your tickets at shopntpa.com/tickets or by streaming the event live or on demand at ntpa.tv. Find out more at allstarpoll.com. On Thursday and Saturday at the DeKalb County Fair in Sandwich, Illinois, we set the last of our field of Grand National champions. Thursday's truck night featured Superstock Diesel 4x4, and it was Justin Gearhart who completed a season-long comeback with his first win of 2021 aboard his cream of the crop Dodge. Then on Saturday, 2 hooks in each of 4 classes provided one final endurance test. Despite one competitor's lament that Saturday at Sandwich is where championship dreams go to die, all 4 entering leaders hung on to complete their title runs. In Super Farm, it was Ryan Anderson and his Checking Out International 1206 who took a 4th and a 5th to establish an 11-point margin. Class winners in Super Farm were Brad Hart's Don't Ask and Gage Ott's Dream On. In Pro Stock, Rob Russell finished a masterful year, clearing the field by 25 points with his Workhorse Pro Case IH. Russell won the afternoon session to take the pressure off for the evening, where he nabbed 3rd behind Kevin and Danny Schmucker, where Kevin was driving for another father and son team, the Lemkes, and their new Generation Plus. Russell earned his 4th overall title, with the first 3 coming in the Superstock division. Speaking of which, Travis Schlabach's Bone Twister International 1066 Diesel had the slightest of the 4 entering margins, and a substandard afternoon run of just 86.8 feet, far behind winner Mike Beck's High-Tech Redneck, could have proved fatal. But top contender Kent Payne and Super Rooster also had trouble, and when Payne stopped at 86.5 feet, Schlabach incredibly gained a point. He gave 2 back while finishing 3rd to a recovered Rooster in the night session, but the sun set with Schlabach hoisting his first GN Tramp-In trophy. Finally, Brett Berg, like Russell, a former Superstock champion, became the first man to win a 5th 7,500-pound multi-engine modified title when his Rink Seed-sponsored moneymaker collected the big check after both Saturday sessions. Finishing 2nd each time were Tom Owens and Ramblin' Rhodes. Now that Owens has seen all the tracks, will he be in position to dethrone Berg in 22? Can't wait for next year. But first, it's regional action in Allegan, Michigan this Wednesday, and then it's the Enderley this Saturday, September 18th. allstarpoll.com, shopntpa.com/tickets, ntpa.tv, and ntpapull.com have everything you need to witness the most lucrative single day in truck and tractor pulling. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Good to have you with us as we roll on into the early hours of a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on here. What's going on with the Eagle this morning? How you been?
Yeah, I've been okay. I didn't get a chance to call in last night, but look like I'm gonna have to talk about California tonight, Steve. It's no disappointment to me that they reelected this loser Democrat back into office, because see, they did exactly what they wanted to do in California. They love to do the same thing in the state of Texas, where I live at, is import a bunch of people in there and give them everything they hand out. And who do you think they're going to vote for come election time? They're going to vote for a loser like this guy that got reelected. I'm not going to even mention his name because his name is not worth mentioning. But like I told you, you know this, Steve. I've been talking to you for a long time. California is a lost state at this point. Truck drivers, as far as I'm concerned, I no longer. I used to live in the state of California for a period of time, 10 or 15 years ago. And I moved out of California because it's, like I said, it's not even worth talking about. At this point, the top 3 cities that they have there, LA, San Francisco, and San Diego, the big 3 or whatever you want to call it, Sacramento, all of them are lost cause, Democratic run on cities that are homeless populations, unemployed people. It's just like I always tell you, Steve, if for American people, if you want to see what your future looks like under the Democratic Party, just take a little trip out to California, and you'll see what your future looks like if you continue to let people like Nancy Pelosi and who comes and Kamala Harris run the United States. The United States will soon look just like California. But like I said, Larry Elder, he was a good man. He should have won, because he had good plans. He was Donald Trump. He had a lot of things in common with Donald Trump. But like I said, it's a lost cause in California. I don't think you'll ever see a Republican win the governor of California again. Not in our lifetime. That's over and done with. A Republican will never be in charge of that state again because they've already influxed that state with too many Democratic sympathizers. And like I said before, they're trying to do the same thing in Texas and take over this state. They trying to give Governor Abbott, this guy here, Greg Abbott, has done everything he could, Steve, to get the border under control and keep people out of the country that don't belong. And they've thrown roadblock after roadblock from this guy. Yep. He don't try to put the National Guard, everything else down on the border, and they won't allow him to do the job every time he try to do it. Same thing with the vaccine mandates. Abbott was one of the states that allowed people to go back to doing their own thing, and they tried to put a roadblock in that. So, like I said, the Democrat Party is nothing but a dead-end road at this point, Steve. I talked to a guy on the CB radio today, and, it's hard. It's real hard to find, especially among truck drivers nowadays. It's getting harder and harder to find Democratic people that would actually admit that they support Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They probably got a lot of undercover Democrats, but there's very few people that's willing to go public with who they support them, man, because there's nothing to support about Joe Biden or Kamala. But this guy here, like I told you last week, Steve, people are telling me, I talk to people just about every day or every other day that tell me they regret the day that they ever went down to the voting booth and voted for Joe Biden. Because they never thought that this man would stoop to these levels. But like I told him, I ain't surprised because I knew that it was going to come to that. So, like I said, they get what they deserve now. But now let me get to this virus situation, Steve. This vaccine mandates and this and that good old Joe Biden is trying to bring upon the American people. The vaccines, they can do what they want to do. But like I said, they're stepping across the line. Several people have said that I've talked to. When you start telling people that you can't, that you will not be allowed to work a job, such as in the airline industry, cruise ship industry, and other industries, you telling a man that if he refuses to get a vaccine, that he's going to be in the unemployment line. That's stepping across the line as far as I'm concerned. That's taking away people's freedom, and I don't care what Joe Biden or anybody in the government say, because that's exactly what they're doing. You have a right in this country to be vaccinated or non-vaccinated, and it shouldn't affect your job, affect you of working a job. Simple as that. But apparently somebody forgot to tell Joe Biden that. But it'll all come back to bite him in the butt, Steve, in the long run. It's all these things that Joe Biden is doing come 3 years from now. People are going to remember this when they go to the voting booth, and they're going to remember how Joe Biden treated them. And I promise you that Joe Biden, he will not be reelected in 2024 because people are going to remember everything this man has done. So he might have a laugh right now, but I promise you, Joe Biden and the Democrats won't be laughing in 2024. Because there'll be a new man in the White House, and I guarantee you it won't be Joe Biden. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, it won't be Biden because he won't even be on the ballot in 24. And they're already saying the Democrats are, very concerned. Kamala is by no means they're gonna, put her on top of the ticket to be president. At least that's what they're saying now. Things could change between now and then, but. All right, we got to get our news break in here. Back to your calls just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Communities in Louisiana still trying to recover from Hurricane Ida are bracing for more rain from Tropical Depression Nicholas. The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane on the coast of Texas, with winds of up to 95 miles an hour. Hundreds of thousands were left without power, and the storm surge flooded many low-lying areas along the coast. Forecasters say Nicholas could drop 5 to 10 inches of rain as it moves further inland across southern Louisiana and Mississippi, with up to 20 inches possible in some areas. And for the first time since the Great Recession of 2011, the median household income in the U.S. has declined. New data from the Census Bureau shows that the median household income decreased to $67,500 between 2019 and 2020, a drop of nearly 3% amid the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty. Thank you much. Welcome back. Just a heads up, Billy the Kid. I had not received an email from Tater. I know I've received emails from him before, but I don't remember when the last was, so I can't find his email to forward your wife's number to him. He may not be tuned in yet. I know sometimes he listens to the podcast and whatnot, but I'll keep watching the email to get another way to maybe try to get a hold of him. Just wanted to give you a heads up there. All right, so another day, another Chevy Bolt fire. While General Motors is working with their battery supplier even more closely than before to find a fix for these, what they call spontaneous combustion issues. Cars still going up in flames. The most recent we know of is a 2019 Bolt that caught fire in a garage in Cherokee County, Georgia. And if firefighters hadn't shown up at the scene as quickly as they did, it would have spread to another vehicle in the garage itself. Luckily, nobody was injured. Additional damage was minimal, even if the vehicle wasn't supposed to be parked indoors. That's why they've told people, don't park it in the garage. But this guy was doing it. This owner was either unaware or just ignored the recommendation to keep the vehicle outside overnight to minimize damage caused by a possible fire. This particular Bolt was parked alongside a 2017 Ram pickup, which had some smoke-related damage. Firefighters worked hard to keep the fire from spreading to the house that was next to the garage. In the meantime, GM working around the clock to fix the problem and have defect-free battery packs to replace the current defective battery packs. Currently, the automaker has found that the source of the defects were battery plants in Korea, as well as in Michigan, run by LG Energy Solutions. Now, even though they've issued an official recall for all the vehicles they believe to be affected, as well as instructions to help minimize the risk, the problem is sorted. It's not been announced of any sort of an official fix yet. About 140,000 vehicles supposedly around the country affected by that. But don't park it in the garage. What's going on with Pappy this morning? Hey there.
What's happening, Steve? How you doing, my man?
Happy Hump Day.
Yes, sir. Steve, I don't know if we got till 2024. Listen, I hear evil, man, but I don't think we're going to make it. Man, do you know the margin of victory that this scumbag won out there, by chance?
It was 66.7% last check voting no to the recall. That's pretty big.
Yeah. I mean, you can maybe look at it as a victory that this man didn't win by a crazy large percentage, maybe signs of progress. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, but Steve, I don't know if I brought this up in the past, but I just wanted to put this out there and let anybody that's got an iPhone be aware of this. I don't know. Have you heard of Pegasus? Have I talked about it or not? I can't remember if I have or not. It is a spyware software that a company in Israel developed that is like state-of-the-art, some bad stuff. Started to say another word. You know how most spywares, they will send you an email or a text to your phone or computer, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you get that email, and if you click on that link, right, then they're able to access your phone and all the contents inside. This software, spy software, Steve, doesn't require that. All they have to do is send this spyware to your phone, send you an email, send you a text. You don't even have to open it. So they got access to your phone.
So how can they? I mean, normally you have to click on the link or something to activate it. That's something new.
Yes, sir. This is I've heard about this a month or so ago. And supposedly, Steve, there's been several leaders around the world that this was installed on their phone. So, if you got this on your phone, Steve, they can open your camera, right? They can open your microphone, turn it off whenever they want. Any contents you got in that phone, any passwords, it's theirs. It's all, it's like having your phone in their lap. So the reason I'm calling is iPhone developed a counter to this. So you need to go into if you have an iPhone, you can go into your settings, and up updates. You know how you get updates once in a while? You should always do on your phone.
Yep.
I don't think you're getting a alert to your phone that, hey, there's new software update. Okay? So go into your settings and check for new software updates and click on it, check for new, and it'll pop up, and click on that and get this new update. It will protect your iPhone from this. Man, we litigate Steve's call here a little bit earlier on General Millis, Chairman, Joint Chief of Staff. Steve, holy moly, if this is true. News just keeps getting bad, worse, as every minute, not days, as every minute goes by.
Well, Steve would have to be correct in the fact that with that sort of an accusation or whatever, if it were not to be true, would that not be considered like a defamation kind of thing? That he would almost have to sue to take that back. And if he doesn't, that's almost what, an admission that it did happen.
Yeah, trust me. Good old Jim Jordan, and there's going to have to be some questions answered. This man, if it's true, again, if this man supposedly called Steve, Steve made the comment, a foreign country, right? Steve, this is the enemy of us. It ain't like he called Canada.
Called China.
Man. He already, it was already said what the man said, so I won't repeat it. But he also went to Trump's political opponents, Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, and advised them what he was doing. FBI knew about it. Man, is this like a military type takeover of our government, so to speak, Steve? Is that what this man was trying to do? This is absolutely, if this is true, if this man is not court-martialed and thrown in the brig. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hey, I seen somebody today, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
And, but anyway, there were some rumors going around that doctors are being told that they better not be telling their patients anything bad about the vaccine. And that there's been a lot of doctors around the country and around the world, coming out and speaking, and sure enough, their license are getting revoked.
Yep.
So I happened to speak to somebody today, Steve, and brought that up. And he said, well, it's funny you mentioned that. I got an email last week saying that we better not. Better not say anything bad about this vaccine. No bad things might happen to you. Steve, this man also is from another country. I'm not even going to say what country it is, but he's from another country, Steve. He said he's been over here for 35 years, left over there when he was 25. And he said he left that country because he was trying to get away from communists and socialists.
Bingo.
And now he is distraught because he sees what's going on here. So he also said, what is it? How you pronounce this treatment for COVID? Ivermectin?
Ivermectin, yes.
Ivermectin. He said in his country, that where he came from, he's a U.S. citizen now, obviously, but they hand this stuff out like candy, Steve. All the citizens take it, like aspirins or something, as a preventative because there's so much disease.
Sure.
On that side of the world, and it's handed out by all the doctors. And it's taken as a preventative like you would take vitamins here. So, that's
this whole narrative that they're trying to portray, that it is a dangerous drug, that we're seeing overdoses in hospitals, that's all a big lie. It is a safe drug for humans, won the Nobel Prize in 2015. It's been used for more than just the parasitic and worm treatment for humans. And there's a number of other treatments that it's being used for that aren't, quote, FDA approved, but it's prescribed and has been in this country for years. It is safe and effective in humans.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what he's telling me. Steve, I think it's time to divide this country. You know, these liberals want to play this game. Let's play the game. We can have your blue states and your red states, and any liberal want to move into a red state, you know, they better provide some documentation before they cross the state line, Steve. You know, let's see your last voting ballot, man. We want any document that we want you to provide in order for you to cross into this blue state. You need to provide, and if you can't provide it, you ain't coming across. And if any of these documents show that you're a liberal, you ain't coming across. They want to play these games. You know, fight fire with fire.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
It can go two ways.
Quite an exaggeration here.
Sure,
yes,
sure.
We're gonna, you know, let's all the conservatives get together, have our little hunk of this country. And why would we let a liberal in to come in and try to destroy what we're doing? Keep them out. You ain't allowed in. You want to live under communists and socialists, you got your side of the country, you can do that, and we got our side of the country. Oh, man. Who was it that made that comment? Was it, what was that poet's name? Might have been Einstein. I don't know, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
The definition of insanity.
Yeah. I think it was Mark Twain, if I'm not mistaken. But, Steve, I mean, it blows my mind. You can't fathom why these people keep voting these people in. Unbelievable. You want to live that way? You live that way, but you're staying there. You ain't leaving California until you show us the papers.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking at the headline from the Daily Caller. I mean, what Steve brought up, what you just brought up. I mean, impeachment witness and retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman said that Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Mark Milley must resign if he went outside the chain of command to rein in former President Trump. I mean, this, again, as everyone's saying, if this be true, that something seriously sinister happened.
Yes, Steve. He had no authority to do that. Listen, he's just an advisor. Okay, he has no authority, even with his ranking as a general. He's an advisor to Trump. Supposedly, he got a bunch of military, the Pentagon, together and said, listen, you answer to me. Before any buttons pushed to launch any nuclear, you go through me.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody in the room agreed to it, Steve. Listen, you know how I found out about this? I was just messing around on Facebook, and Carlson Tucker came up. And there's a little, post on there from him about, an hour ago, and I clicked on it and watched it. This is what it was about. I fell out of the chair.
Well, like you say, you can't make this stuff up, Pappy. You can't make this stuff up.
Nope, another coup, And was he trying to, military, was he trying to use the military to do it, Crazy. Well, we'll find out if it's true or not. I don't know. It might be another thing gets swept on.
Or will we have,
what true?
I guess we have to have another crisis situation arise immediately to divert the attention. Pay no attention to what the right hand's doing. Look over here. Look. Yeah, Vindman said, quote, if this is true, General Milley must resign. He usurped civilian authority, broke chain of command, violated the Sanskrit principle of civilian control over the military. This is an extremely dangerous precedent. You cannot simply walk away from that, he says. Several others joining in calling for Milley's resignation over the claim in the book. Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona says if these allegations are true, General Milley has proven yet again he is unfit to serve and is treading dangerous ground. He needs to resign. Rich Lowry says generals don't get to have their personal foreign policies, period. If this be true, Milley should resign and sign his CNN contract today. Mike Huckabee, if Milley did that, it's absolutely insubordination. He should have had the class and the courage to resign. Those stars should be ripped from his shoulder. Who does he think he is? No one elected Milley to anything. He's the one who went rogue. We have a civilian elected commander-in-chief. Others have questioned whether Milley or Defense Secretary Austin might be held to account for the manner in which we pulled out of Afghanistan, leaving Americans behind. Anyway, both of them are expected to testify before Congress in the coming days. All right, about a minute before news update here. Double R, we lost Double R. He was going to check in this morning. We'll get to, hey, Mike, coming up here. And room for you at 844-844-3388. The story Pappy started off talking about, it was just like it was yesterday, where Apple iOS 14.8 Pegasus security fix was issued. iPhone users urged to update immediately. The tech giant also released security updates for the iPad, the Apple Watch, and Mac computers. This invasive spyware. So there you go. Yeah, that's just do a quick search to Pegasus. You type in the word Pegasus, and the top search is spyware. I'm looking at the story from CNET under the tech section this past day. There's a bunch of stories about it, but yeah, I don't know a thing about the iPhone. My wife's got the iPhone. I have the Android, so I'll pass on the information for her to check for an update to get that fixed. We get our news update top of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Communities in Louisiana still trying to recover from Hurricane Ida are bracing for more rain from Tropical Depression Nicholas. The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane on the coast of Texas with winds of up to 95 miles an hour. Hundreds of thousands were left without power, and the storm surge flooded many low-lying areas along the coast. Forecasters say Nicholas could drop 5 to 10 inches of rain as it moves further inland across southern Louisiana and Mississippi, with up to 20 inches possible in some areas. And for the first time since the Great Recession of 2011, the median household income in the U.S. has declined. New data from the Census Bureau shows that the median household income decreased to $67,500 between 2019 and 2020, a drop of nearly 3% amid the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with their subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
Arizona's Attorney General is taking aim at President Biden's vaccine mandates. Tim Berg has more.
Arizona is taking the Biden administration to court over its new requirement for people to roll up their sleeves. It says the federal government and contractors, along with workers at larger companies, must get the COVID-19 vaccine or be tested weekly. Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich argues the mandate violates the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution by favoring illegal immigrants because they're allowed to say no to the shot.
And Haiti's chief prosecutor is seeking to charge the country's prime minister in the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse. Prosecutor Bedford Claude has asked a judge to ban Prime Minister Ariel Henry from leaving the country, calling him a flight risk. The investigation into the July assassination of Moïse in a highly coordinated attack continues, with prosecutors claiming that one of the suspects arrested in the killing called Henry twice after the assassination. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The American Academy of Pediatrics says they've seen more than 240,000 pediatric cases of COVID over the last week, as the majority of children have returned to classrooms. Dr. Richard Besser says that he's glad to see that there's a focus on keeping kids in schools. But the former head of the CDC and current CEO of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation tells CBS News that there are plenty of steps that need to be taken to keep schools open and students safe.
I'm really thrilled that this year we are focused on keeping children in classrooms learning as much as possible. But to do that safely, we need to make sure that schools are doing the things that have been shown to reduce transmission. And that means ensuring that everyone is wearing masks, that there's social distancing, that ventilation has been addressed by simple things such as opening the window, that you're requiring people to be vaccinated, and that you're implementing testing. The CDC recommends in areas where there's significant or high levels of transmission that there be routine and regular testing programs for anyone who's not fully vaccinated. And that's something that we're not seeing in a lot of places, and it could go far to make it safer for kids. I expect that this fall we're going to see a lot of schools that have to shut down briefly, but hopefully with testing and hopefully if more and more adults roll up their sleeves and get the shots, we can keep kids in school much more than we otherwise would this fall, which is where they belong.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much, Jan. Welcome back as we roll on into a Wednesday. Then I wrapped up the program yesterday morning. Yeah, typically I'll sit here and throw out a few shares and whatnot, likes via Facebook, on social media. Yeah, I shared a little piece this past morning. As I sat here watching, it was the past weekend, Saturday, when Biden, I think when he was speaking to reporters there in Shanksville, PA. I'm not sure. I believe that was the location he was. But in the video, he kept using the words democracy, democracy. This is a democracy. And I know that's actually one of Sylvester there in Australia. That's one of his pet peeves. Anytime someone says we live in a democracy, he points out the fact that, hey, this is a republic, people, not a democracy. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It does not say, and to the democracy for which it stands. I got a number of comments, feedback on that. One of the first was from Dan, who said, Steve, the sad thing is you ask most school-age kids, they wouldn't be able to tell you what the difference between a republic and a democracy is, because they're teaching the children in school. We live in a democracy. They are rewriting history. And I pulled up the official designation. In a republic, there is an official set of fundamental laws. We have in this country, why we are a republic, is something called the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, which prohibits the government from limiting or taking away what are called certain inalienable rights of the people, even if that government was freely chosen by a majority of the people. In a pure democracy, the voting majority pretty much has limitless power over the minority. Now, technically, they say the United States is not a pure republic nor a pure democracy. It's really more of a hybrid. A democratic republic is the term they use. But the key there that you need to point out, again, notice the difference. We have a constitution, something the Democrats want to ignore. And you're hearing this every day when it comes to illegals coming into this country. What rights do they have? When it comes to mandating vaccines, this is not constitutionally allowable in this country. The Democrats want to circumvent the Constitution every day. When's the last time you heard a Democrat talking about, we want to abide by the Constitution? They want this to be a pure democracy. They always refer to this country as a democracy because they want all the power, all power in their hands. Never mind those inalienable rights, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. They like to say, that was written 230. It's a living, breathing document, right? It's different now than it was then. No, it's the Constitution. If you don't like what the Constitution has to say, the way it is, you're going to have to hold a constitutional convention to make a change to that Constitution. It is not a living, breathing document. It is written in stone. That is the Constitution of the United States. You cannot circumvent pieces or parts that you don't like. I just wanted to throw that in because, again, I shared the link there. If you go click on the comments, I simply made the post. Can someone tell Biden we live in a republic, not a democracy? Smack my head. First thing I shared was the link to that video. It's from C-SPAN on September 11th. And he's kind of talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan and constantly using the word, we're a democracy, we're a democracy, we're a democracy. Slap Joe upside the head, will you, somebody? All right, Double R made it back through. Hello, Double R.
Hello, Steve. How you doing tonight?
Hanging with them. How about you?
Oh, you sound a lot better.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad you're getting over that. How was your wine fest?
It was beautiful, beautiful
everything turned out
weekend. Yes, beautiful weather, beautiful, a great turnout. Yeah, Friday night was busy. Saturday night it was a packed house. That's all I can tell you.
Well, I'm sorry we was unable to make it. I seen pictures where Wanda and all them made it down, and that was good to see. And I'm glad you guys had a good time. So, hey Steve, but have you by any chance listened to Senator Rand Paul and Ted Cruz? I guess they had some kind of a trial with the Secretary of State over this drone hitting bombing, I guess, and bombing the wrong car. They thought it was Al Qaeda or not Al Qaeda. Anyhow,
supposedly they hit the wrong. I saw the headline on the you hit the wrong target, and I guess it was. I don't know. It was a civilian contractor, supposedly, that ended up getting taken out.
Yeah. Did you absolutely listen to Rand Paul and Ted Cruz?
I did not.
They ripped him a new rear end.
Really?
Oh, my God, yes. Rand Paul said, did you have any chance of who that was that you were bombing? And he said, no, we didn't know. So you killed innocent people because you speculated. He just ripped him a new butt, and you need to listen to that. It's good. I'm sorry I didn't tell you where I was at. We're over here in the northeast corner. We come out of Connecticut. We've been up in Boston, and then over the weekend, we were down in Pennsylvania, over in by the where the airplane went down in the field there on 9/11. Yep. And yes, and I'm gonna tell you what, Steve, you talk about a beautiful, beautiful monument. That is a gorgeous monument. It's got an eagle, and it's got like olive branches going around it. It's real big. And it says, in remembrance. We drove by it. We didn't stop. And you talk about goosebumps. That thing is absolutely gorgeous. And I wish we'd have got a picture. I'd have sent it to you. But anyhow, I just wanted to call in and tell you hello. And we're out here listening. We had a wild weekend. Like I said, we were over there by that monument. Sunday morning, our handler, we were pushing off the car. We've got a prototype on here, and we've just been taking it place to place to place, and for exhibit. And he always preached, pushing this car on, you get a bunch of people pushing it, and you have to push, by the tire, or there's certain spots on this car you can only push. And he had his finger down there by the tire and had his finger inside the rim pushing it, and it got caught on the brake chamber.
Ooh.
Cut his finger off.
Oh.
And, So he ended up going into shock and reached down there, and I picked his finger up and gave it back to him. And like I said, he went into shock, and we had to send him to the hospital. I'm glad there was first responders there at the event. And but anyhow, and then Monday we got in a situation where we almost ended up flipping our trailer over.
Ooh.
Oh my God, it's just been absolutely crazy. And but we're still moving. We're still up. Nobody got hurt. No cars got damaged, and we're breathing. Thank the Lord. And I just wanted to call in, say hello to you, and let you know I'm out here. It's nice to hear that you've got some of your old commercials back on there, Steve. We have a big rig mattress in our truck, and we absolutely love it. And I'm glad to. What was that dude's name? That's Jerry, ain't it?
That was Brian Mathis with the big rig mattress.
Big rig.
Yeah, that was Brian Mathis.
Yeah, okay,
Yep.
okay. Brian. I get him. I don't know why I say Jerry, but anyhow, it's good to hear him back on the air there. And Turbo 3000, I'm glad they're all getting back up there on the air there. So seems like old times, but anyhow, I'll let you go and let somebody else get in there. And but if you get a chance, Steve, listen to, it's probably just maybe a 1 or 2 minute segment.
Mm-hmm.
But you need to listen to that. I mean, Ted Cruz, he don't hold back nothing.
Right.
And he just flat tore into this dude's butt. But you need to check that out. But anyhow, I'll get off here, and I'm out here listening. We're on our way down to our nation's capital. I got to pick up a Ferrari first thing in the morning. And but I'm listening to you, brother, and thanks for taking my call.
All right. Had one question for you. Someone wanted to know if you're going to be at the Barrett Jackson, the auction thing this weekend. You got anything headed down there or no?
As of right now, possibility, yes. I'm not too sure. I'm trying to. I've got this Maserati that we're running around, and I'm supposed to be in Florida and Friday, I think, and dropping it off, and then I think we are going to be headed that way. So, everything goes well, yeah, we'll be over there. I think I know who you're talking about. And it's all good. So.
Okay, all right. Just let us know. She was curious.
We can get over there and say hi. And pardon.
I said yes. She was asking about that before she left. So I said I'm not sure. I said it's definitely a possibility. So.
Well, I'm going to do my ever-loving best to get over there just to steal a hug and tell her hi. So, yes, sir.
There you go.
I'm working on it.
All right.
So,
thanks for checking in.
Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
Have a good morning, and we get a quick timeout back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are. Dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
About 22 past the hour. Thank you very much. And this guy comes up with some pretty good memes. So let's go back in time. It says 15 days to flatten the curve just became 3 jabs to feed your family. That's what it's come from. We went from stay home for 15 days. We've got to flatten the curve. Yeah, we've reached the point now where, yeah, you got to get the shot. You want to work? You want to feed your family? Take this or you're out of a job. Are you ready to resist tyranny yet? He says. All right, let me see here. It's 844-3388. We just lost Horse Feathers. Hey, Mike, give us a call back. I don't know if he ran out of cell or what the case was. Morning, Chevy Guy. Happy Hump Day.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Yes, I miss Horse Feathers. It ain't official until Horse Feathers gets on there. Okay, Vindman. That's a fine man to drop a line saying that Billy was circumventing the civilian authority. You know, this is the same guy that, well, his job was to listen in on the president's phone call, turned around and went to President Trump's enemies and told about this phone call. And it was so milquetoast that the Adam Schiff had to sit up in Congress and read what he said. Not what the actual phone call said. And Trump, knowing that it was a milquetoast, jumped out there and I guess they thought they'd get away with it because presidents don't reveal what they say to foreign leaders, because then foreign leaders would be terrified to confide with our president. So Adam Schiff tells this make-believe story about this so-called phone call, and for no other reason than the fact that it's now recorded in history in the Congress. All right, so it's really rich that Vindman would actually say that Milley was going around the civilian authority when he himself tried to go around his commander-in-chief, go around the civilian authority, i.e. the man that I voted for, the man that I hired, you and I probably hired, and stabbed the man in the back, more or less trying to get him impeached and get him out of there. And he himself needs to be charged in a coup. And as of Milley, it sounds real to me because it's well known that Milley was already talking to Nancy Pelosi about going up and pulling Donald Trump out of the office. This is the same Milley that marched along with Donald Trump to the church. And I understand what Trump did. You know, you can believe what the media wants to say. But Donald Trump walked out and walked across the open space into the church is because Antifa and BLM had overtaken the yards, injured the Capitol Police. He walked over to the church where they had burnt to prove they didn't get anywhere. He's still the president, and he can go anywhere he wants to go, and that's what he was proving. But and then the next day, Milley's rolled over and said, "Oh, I'm against that. I didn't like being played like that."
And
so Milley
and he made it, and it took a year, but come to light that they did not clear that venue. They did not clear that open space because Trump wanted to walk across there. It was cleared prior to that, and it would have been cleared anyway.
Yes. So it's just, I'm telling you, we don't have a presidency. Oh, by the way, this thing with Afghanistan. Let's say, all right, Biden says we're out of there. All right, now that goes to Milley. Milley has two choices. President, this is not right. You know, I can't support this, so I have to resign my job and walk out for the benefit of his military members. No, he did. He actually did that job. But he was sure willing to go and look over when Biden wants the conservative, i.e. Trump supporters, and which they consider is racist. They sure did jump on it to get the white supremacists, so-called white supremacists, and Trump supporters out of our military ranks. Probably the only ones that's willing to shoot bullets and not throw panties at the enemy. So I'm no loss for Milley if he's gone. Maybe somebody will come. Hey, the commander on the ground in Afghanistan, the last man to step on the plane, he himself said something that could get him fired, ruin his whole career. He said, he questioned his command by saying, if we were here for 2 more weeks, we could have got the rest of the Americans out. That's no tiny little thing, the man said.
Mm-hmm.
And you know me, I'm glad we're out of there because we don't have leadership. We don't have military leadership. I'm so glad that we got our military out there. I'm sorry what's going on over there, but we don't have nothing. I mean, if you ain't got nobody driving the bus, then leave the daggum thing parked in the yard. That's what I say. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. What a great call tonight. It was good to hear Pappy. And I don't know. I hope we can make it on to the next election, and hope. Hey, there's all these states that are standing up. So our conservative vote does still count because they're out there are fighting for it. Right there, you had Ted Cruz and everything getting on. All right, hey, it's one thing if they steal it from us, but let's not just up and hand it to them by staying home. Other than that, we're going to copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you, Chevy Guy. There you go. Over and out. It is 844-844-3388. Got an email from simply says, tell Knucklebuster some woman said to tell him hello. Also that she really appreciates you entertaining him all night so she can sleep. Some woman. All right, we'll get back at it here. Lines available as we roll on into a Wednesday at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Communities in Louisiana still trying to recover from Hurricane Ida are bracing for more rain from Tropical Depression Nicholas. The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane on the coast of Texas with winds of up to 95 miles an hour. Hundreds of thousands were left without power, and the storm surge flooded many low-lying areas along the coast. Forecasters say Nicholas could drop 5 to 10 inches of rain as it moves further inland across southern Louisiana and Mississippi, with up to 20 inches possible in some areas. And for the first time since the Great Recession of 2011, the median household income in the U.S. has declined. New data from the Census Bureau shows that the median household income decreased to $67,500 between 2019 and 2020, a drop of nearly 3% amid the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And then you've got Representative McCall, Michael McCall, ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, telling us that they can confirm the Taliban has begun the execution of some of those 10,000 interpreters who worked for the U.S. The interpreters who worked with our special forces, they're gone. The Taliban will not allow them to leave, he said. These are the guys who worked right with our special forces. The Taliban views them as the worst of the worst because they betrayed, in their view, their country. They worked with the infidel. McCall estimated there are about 10,000 still in Afghanistan. He noted when you take into consideration the families involved, the number of people could be 30,000 that will be facing that fate of execution. He was actually appearing on CNN with Wolf Blitzer, and Blitzer said, "So you think they're going to be stuck? They're never going to get out?" To which he replied, "They're already being executed. We're already getting stories of families and interpreters being executed by the Taliban." went on to criticize the Biden administration for their withdrawal plan. Had they done it sooner, this actually could have worked, but they waited. They waited for the last minute on the hopes that they had this peace deal with the Taliban. But Secretary of State Anthony Blinken told the Foreign Affairs Committee on Monday the administration had prepared for the worst-case scenarios in Afghanistan. He told the panel that we were intensely focused on the safety of Americans. Even the most pessimistic assessments didn't predict that the government forces in Kabul would collapse while U.S. forces remained. So the testimony goes on and on this week, several others trying to get answers. The big question most have is these, which of the generals tried to advise that it was a bad idea to pull all the military forces out of there before you got the civilians out? And who made the ultimate call to go ahead and do that, hoping to rely on the Afghan forces to maintain control? Will they get the answers? That I don't know. But what's going on with the heat wave this morning? How's that AC working, brother?
Yeah, that's a sore subject right now.
Uh-oh.
Good morning, senor. Yeah. Yeah, I called, didn't get a call from the installation folks, so I called the warranty bunch. And they said, they looked over the case and they said, well, you have to pay this for the, I said, yeah, you got to pay $425 for the extraction of the refrigerant. And I said, and that's all I was told I had to pay. And they said, well, on top of that, you're going to have to pay for that new core unit. And I'm like, well, how much is that going to be? And they said, well, the total is going to be $1,225 plus tax. I'm like, that's another $1,000 or so I wasn't planning on spending. I don't know where they get these people that say their home warranty company saved them thousands of dollars and they only paid minimal to none at all. I think I'm getting screwed here on this damn deal. So, and when you have a wife that's cranky, not feeling good, and she's a redhead, life is about 10 times worse. So I got to make the phone call tomorrow to figure out when they're coming out, when they're going to put this in, and figure out which credit card to put that extra $1,200 plus tax on. So other than that, not a whole lot happening. I did step out yesterday morning on top of cabbage and stretch my legs for a little bit, and it was 33 degrees out there. So, I mean, it's coming. It's coming. It was nice and cool. I really enjoyed that. While we were in Tacoma, one of the yard dogs had a heavy jacket on. And I said, why do you have one of those things on? He said, man, it's cold. I looked and it said 51 on my phone, and I said, it's only 51 degrees. And he says, for around here, that's cold. So, I don't know. I guess wherever you're from, whatever the temperature is, it's either just right or too hot or too cold.
Oh, boy.
For me, that was outdoor sleeping weather for me. So, yeah. So we're heading to the Mile High, and then we're going to be heading to the Home 20. Hopefully to take care of a few things before we get our butts up and go again. But, yeah, man, this has just been an absolute nightmare. And I don't know how to get out of it. And I just told the wife, I said, look, we're just going to have to grin and bear it. And wait until they get this system put in. Then we turn around and start jumping on their case. They already had somebody in Edgewood asking for recommendations. And I says, well, I can tell you who not to use. And I says, don't use these people. We've had AC trouble since August 21st, and it still ain't fixed. So, Yeah, I think the warranty folks know that I'm not very happy with their choice to send out there, and the service we're getting from these people and the attitude that we're getting from these people when they do give us a call or when we call them and they eventually answer their phone. So anyways, the Democrats are going to try to fix their screw-ups by pushing a phony narrative that, well, this is how it was going to be. We had to do it this way because Trump set up the parameters that said we would be out by this time. Trump did set the parameters, but he also set conditions
that had to be met
and
first.
And
as those conditions were not met, the narrative under Trump would have changed as well.
Yes, and you cannot not believe a people whose religion says it is okay to lie to your enemy. What idiot cannot see that? I mean, under Trump, they were speaking the truth because they knew Trump had teeth. This old fossil in the White House don't have teeth. He don't have a backbone. Some wonder if he's got I ain't going to say it on the air, but you know what I mean. This guy has nothing. That's the reason why Kim Jong-un is out there firing off his missiles. That's why Russia is playing the games they are. That's why China is playing the games they are. That's why Iran is licking their lips waiting for the moment to attack somebody out there in the Middle East. This is all on the Democrats. Their fault. They need to own up to it and say, yeah, we screwed up. And then work on a solution to try to fix up their screw up. But all they're worried about, like you said earlier, is power. And the second worst thing they could ever done was to start cheating there in California with those people coming in to vote and then get turned away saying, but you've already voted. This mail-in ballot BS is exactly that, BS. Now, you need to do this in person. That way there's no chance of a person coming in to vote showing their ID, saying this is who I am. Picture matches the picture, the address matches the address on their voter registration. And even then, I'm sure somebody's going to find a way to screw that up. But I cannot believe that the pollsters have been this wrong on both the president and the governorship of there in California, as wrong as they were about Dewey defeating Truman. They've had plenty of years to correct that screw up and refine their formula to figure out what's what. Yeah, so they're asking for a fight, either in court or on the ground. Either way, that there's going to be a confrontation of a sort, and it's not going to be pretty. I don't believe. But it is a crying damn shame that Trump thought he had people that would, uphold the laws of the nation, uphold the Constitution, and every last one of them turned around and stabbed him in the back. Yep. So, other than that, anything exciting? I understand Moose is riding his bike, and he sent me pictures of the ribs he was going to devour there in Arkansas. And I thought, well, that's nice. Oh yeah, it looks really good. So I just told him, he's just pouring salt on the wound there, because I'd like to have some barbecued ribs too. So, but that man, I'm pretty sure he needed this. Go out there on that bike and just run and let that air flow through his hair and just feel like, have the contemplation of a nice day. And he says, he had to yell at a few truck drivers out there, but And I guess so far he's had a pretty good day. So I guess with that, I'm going to let you go and see if you got another intelligent caller that's a little bit more informed than I am, and have a little bit more interesting talk radio here.
Well,
I just called out to help a brother out.
Good luck with the AC. If that ever,
thank you.
That never-ending debacle. He's been dealing with this for weeks now. All right, what are we looking at? 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana. Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of bowling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmers Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That's one of those heartbreaking scenarios. Imagine giving birth literally a matter of weeks after your husband died in a suicide bombing there in Afghanistan. And that's the case this past day. Gina Creighton, the wife of Lance Corporal Riley McCullum, who was killed in that bombing there. She gave birth to a daughter Monday. According to the Sun, the wife of a fallen U.S. Marine who was killed in the Kabul blast has given birth to the late soldier's daughter, Riley McCullum, who was killed in the Kabul terror attack, had been in Afghanistan just a matter of weeks. He was due home in October to be reunited with his wife. She went by Gigi. The newborn girl was born at Camp Pendleton in California. Both mother and daughter said to be doing fine. In an emotional message, the newborn, named Levi Riley Rose, was pictured in her crib with a cushion of her father, born Monday, weighing 8 pounds, 10 ounces. They gave the middle name Riley. Of course, according to the Wyoming radio station KGAB, help has been pouring in for the newly widowed mom. The young couple were in their early 20s. They were just married. Thanks to online donations, mom and baby now have a nest egg of about $827,000. and the promise of a new house to be built by a group of volunteers. All right. Properly invested and taken care of, and the newborn should be able to focus on raising her new baby. But sad scenario, never got to see his own daughter be born. About 8 before the hour. What's going on, Philip?
I was just driving to work like I am on I-4 over here by Maitland Boulevard. How's your day going?
Happy Hump Day.
Hump Day? Horse feathers, where you at? Hey, Steve, what you think about, we just a few hours away from liftoff here, right?
Tonight's the night, if all goes as planned, correct?
Yep, the window's from 8:02 till 1:13 in the morning. So we'll see how she goes. See if they fly her up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys were talking earlier about the president. Well, seems like to me when you're elected into office, you assume the responsibilities of your office. So if you make a wrong decision on doing something, you're going to get blamed for it no matter what. So as far as that goes, he needs to suck it up, Buttercup. That's the way it is. You want the office. You got the office. Now you need to be responsible for the office, right, Steve?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I wonder how his ratings are right now. Do you know what his ratings are out there right now? His approval ratings?
Last I saw it was like 46, 48, somewhere in there.
Yeah. And that's part of the office. Elected officials don't want to accept responsibility. Well, that sucks to be you. You have to. That's your office. You're responsible for those people. If you make a wrong decision or one of those people that work for you make a wrong decision, it turns out bad, it's going to be on you, and that's part of the deal. So don't want to hear no crying about it. That's just the way it is. Military, financial, or whatever. You make the decision, it screws up, that's your deal. I couldn't understand why we were leaving a country and we got letting everybody know what our plans are to leave the country. Seems like to me when we make military plans, you don't tell nobody. That's part of the deal. But for some reason or another, I guess we had to. But anyway, Steve, did you see that article I sent to you about our governor down here?
Oh, I got a bunch of emails today. What was the latest?
All right, so the latest was I talked to you yesterday that he's going to start fining people that are mandating vaccines down here.
Right.
Okay, so how this is coming about is, if you remember, not too long ago, our governor voted in that we don't want mandating and we don't want vaccine cards down here in Florida. Remember when he passed that?
Yes, sir.
That is what he's basing it on. And today is the 15th. Tomorrow is D-Day. That's when he's going to start charging people. That's when the 16th is supposed to be the day that he's going to start charging people for the infraction.
And that's $5,000 a pop. That's a $5,000 per person or per employee or whatever, right?
Absolutely. Per infraction.
Per infraction.
So the definition of infraction means you mandated it. You have 5 employees, you're going to pay $5,000 per employee. I'm just using that as a low ball. Think about somebody like Orange County who's got 7,500 employees. You know, you think of, well, you don't even want to know the numbers for Disney or Universal or any of the rest of them. But even the cruise lines have people that are right here that are stationed here in Florida. They're not on the ship. Them people, if you mandate that they have to, his definition of was if you require a employee to have their job, to hold their job and be vaccinated, fully vaccinated, you're requiring that, you're mandating it, you're in violation. That was his exact words the other day on his press conference about it. So it's going to be interesting tomorrow. I'm kind of interested to see what's going to happen. And I imagine the legality end of the deal, I imagine there's a bunch of lawyers and judges that are trying to get things together right now because, you know, I mean, my employer made me do it. I mean, it's well-known fact. It was in the media. My employer made me do it. Actually, both of my employers are starting to make me do it because my other employer actually told me over the weekend that they needed it done. So it's going to be interesting, Steve. It's going to wake states up over, you think this thing with Newsom is funny. You wait till it gets down the road, man, with all these states. I mean, it's turning states against the federal government like crazy. What do you think,
Yeah,
Steve?
right. Well, that's you heard what Pap. I don't know if you heard what Pappy said earlier, but he's talking about we need to turn the narrative and you start fighting fire with fire. This game can be played two different ways.
It sure can, and the governor brought up a valid point down here, and I don't know. I know a lot of people when they talk about the vaccine, and I'm not vaccine bashing, but when they talk about the vaccine, the people that are pro-vaccine, they talk about it. They say, "Well, when you were a child, you got vaccinated."
Yeah.
Well, when you're under the age of 18, you can't make decisions for yourself. Okay? You're not, you don't make decisions for yourself when you're under the age of 18. Now, when you're 18, guess what? You're an adult. You got to put your big boy pants on and do what you got to do. And that's what the governor was trying to tell everybody down here. Same way with the kids in the masks. It's up to the parents to make sure that if they want their kids to wear masks, to wear masks. It's the decision of the parent. And that's the line he's been following. You're 18 years old, you make decisions for yourself. If you want to get vaccinated, you get vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to get vaccinated, that's your decision. I mean, you're an adult. I wish America would grow up and understand that when you're an adult, you make decisions for yourself. If they're the bad decision, they're a bad decision. If it's good, it's good, whatever. But suck it up, buttercup. That's the way it is.
And at the same time, when you were young, you were taking a vaccine for, what it was, the polio vaccine, the measles, the mumps, rubella, diphtheria, pertussis, all vaccines that had gone through rigorous years of research and testing, knowing that 2 years or 3 years after the fact, people weren't going to start dropping dead from taking the vaccine. They don't know that with this one.
Absolutely. And think about it this, Steve. Ever since I've been around, I've always, hey, if it's been FDA approved, it's good to go, right, Steve?
No,
you're good to go if it's FDA approved. All right. Well, I got news for you. What one vaccine just became FDA approved? It seems like to me it's just the Pfizer one, isn't it?
That is correct.
It was. But the other two have not been FDA approved. They're still being utilized for emergency use by the FDA. And that's for the emergency use. Now, it's like you've got tons of people out there that are saying, well, emergency use, and this and that. Like, dude, a virus, and I'm kind of quoting Big Moose here a little bit, a virus that you look at the rate of this virus, it's nowhere near what the flu was. An emergency use for that. That's what I don't understand. Now, don't get me wrong. There are people dying of it. There are people dying of this stuff. But I really think a lot of the people that are dying with this, and this is just from what I've seen over the last few years, what I'm seeing with this deal, and it's turning into years now instead of months, is they're dying of underlying conditions that they had. And when it's added with this COVID, it turns it into a death situation. So you think about it, Steve. I mean, you think about all the people that have breathing problems because of the environment. You think about people that have heart problems that they never knew they had, and this COVID brought it out. I really think in my mind that that's the reason why a lot of these people are dying is because they have underlying conditions they never thought about before or they never took care of. What do you think, Steve?
It's uncharted territory, Philip. That's all I know. And I got to get the top of the hour news update here. I'm seeing a breaking story. Eskimo Mom forwarded the link here just a few moments ago. North Korea at it again. The saber rattling is ramping up real quick. They just fired a couple of missiles over the weekend, recall. This morning, Wednesday morning, North Korea reportedly firing 2 ballistic missiles off the East Coast in the direction of Japan, prompting Japan's prime minister to denounce the action as absolutely outrageous, according to reports. More on that coming up here. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot more. You see missiles launches coming out of South Korea in your direction towards Japan. Do you know if it's going to reach the country, or how do you respond? Things could spiral out of control real quick. And here we go. Kim Jong-un testing on the world stage. How far can we push things? Back in a moment, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Communities in Louisiana still trying to recover from Hurricane Ida are bracing for more rain from Tropical Depression Nicholas. The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane on the coast of Texas with winds of up to 95 miles an hour. Hundreds of thousands were left without power, and the storm surge flooded many low-lying areas along the coast. Forecasters say Nicholas could drop 5 to 10 inches of rain as it moves further inland across southern Louisiana and Mississippi, with up to 20 inches possible in some areas. And for the first time since the Great Recession of 2011, the median household income in the U.S. has declined. New data from the Census Bureau shows that the median household income decreased to $67,500 between 2019 and 2020, a drop of nearly 3% amid the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with their subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
Arizona's Attorney General is taking aim at President Biden's vaccine mandates. Tim Berg has more.
Arizona is taking the Biden administration to court over its new requirement for people to roll up their sleeves. It says the federal government and contractors, along with workers at larger companies, must get the COVID-19 vaccine or be tested weekly. Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich argues the mandate violates the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution by favoring illegal immigrants because they're allowed to say no to the shot.
And Haiti's chief prosecutor is seeking to charge the country's prime minister in the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse. Prosecutor Bedford Claude has asked a judge to ban Prime Minister Ariel Henry from leaving the country, calling him a flight risk. The investigation into the July assassination of Moïse in a highly coordinated attack continues, with prosecutors claiming that one of the suspects arrested in the killing called Henry twice after the assassination. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The American Academy of Pediatrics says they've seen more than 240,000 pediatric cases of COVID over the last week, as the majority of children have returned to classrooms. Dr. Richard Besser says that he's glad to see that there's a focus on keeping kids in schools. But the former head of the CDC and current CEO of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation tells CBS News that there are plenty of steps that need to be taken to keep schools open and students safe.
I'm really thrilled that this year we are focused on keeping children in classrooms learning as much as possible. But to do that safely, we need to make sure that schools are doing the things that have been shown to reduce transmission. And that means ensuring that everyone is wearing masks, that there's social distancing, that ventilation has been addressed by simple things such as opening the window, that you're requiring people to be vaccinated, and that you're implementing testing. The CDC recommends in areas where there's significant or high levels of transmission that there be routine and regular testing programs for anyone who's not fully vaccinated. And that's something that we're not seeing in a lot of places, and it could go far to make it safer for kids. I expect that this fall we're going to see a lot of schools that have to shut down briefly, but hopefully with testing and hopefully if more and more adults roll up their sleeves and get the shots, we can keep kids in school much more than we otherwise would this fall, which is where they belong.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, yes indeed. Hump Day coming up. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. More on North Korea, the latest missile firings just several days after reportedly testing newly developed long-range missiles over the weekend. The firings threaten the peace and safety of Japan and the region and are absolutely outrageous. According to the Japanese Prime Minister, the Associated Press says the government of Japan is determined to further step up our vigilance and surveillance to be prepared for any contingencies. South Korea's news reporting the latest firings, citing information from South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff, stating which they're conducting an analysis of the situation at this point in time. The initial report was 1 projectile had been fired and did not identify it as a ballistic missile. They updated that story about 1:20 Eastern this morning, claiming, as South Korea did, that 2 ballistic missiles had been fired. Japan's Coast Guard said both projectiles landed in international waters between Japan and the Korean Peninsula. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff said in a statement that the North Korean projectile flew toward the waters of the Korean Peninsula's east coast on Wednesday, gave no further details. Of course, this just right on the heels of the tests that occurred over the weekend, tests that essentially ended a year-long pause in North Korea testing projectiles. North Korea on Monday said they tested a newly developed cruise missile twice over the weekend. Their state media described this as a strategic weapon of great significance, implying they were developed with the intent to arm them with nuclear warheads. All right. This latest launch as the Chinese foreign minister was in Seoul for meetings with South Korean President Moon Jae-in and other senior officials to discuss the stalled nuclear diplomacy with North Korea. Moon said that South Korea's government plans to hold an unscheduled National Security Council meeting later today. Obviously, the talks between the U.S. and North Korea have stalled since 2019. Lastly, they say the North's resumption of testing is likely an attempt at pressuring the Biden administration over the diplomatic freeze after Kim failed to leverage his arsenal for economic benefits during the Trump presidency. Like I said, pushing, testing, pressuring, what can we get out of Biden? Hey, let me see here. I see horse feathers had held in there, disappeared, came back, and hang in there, Knucklebuster. Yeah, go ahead. Morning, horse feathers.
Knuckle feathers.
Knuckle feathers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, anyways, so I guess since the West Coast is on board now, we can go, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Hump Day.
There you go. Well, I don't think I want to be associated with you anymore. I'm going to start standing farther away from you, and I'm scared. You better hide that streetcar named Desire there you're using as a secret bunker. You start talking about getting the moon that way. Come on in. You start right out here at the top of the hour. Moron, North Korea. What are you doing calling him names? He's going to get mad at you. Call him a moron.
Oh, boy.
I tell you what. Watch what you say. So anyways, talking about the vaccine here. Now, they had some red carpet event here apparently in the last day or two or something going on out there in the land of fruits and nuts. Do you know anything about whatever the red carpet event was for?
Yeah.
They had all them women out there in the dresses. Where you're not supposed to look at the women that got all the dresses on it. In order to put them on TV there, to show them on TV, they either got to blur out their chest or put red banners across their chest so you can't see their boobs.
Right.
Because their boobs are hanging out of their dresses. How is it they can wear them out in public, but they can't show them on TV? What's the deal? But, so anyways, there's that one there that is a rap singer there, I guess. What's her name? Nicki Minaj or something?
Yeah, Nicki Minaj, yes.
She's a non-vaccination type person. Don't believe in the vaccination because it's going to make you impotent. So Dr. Oz came on after that and said that no, there's no way it's going to affect the sexual performance there. He says there isn't any 5 years knowledge of what the vaccination will do, but we know it's not going to. It's like, no, wait a minute, right on the NBC national news, Dr. Oz is on there saying they have no idea what this drug is going to do to you in 5 years. Did you catch that?
That is correct. Because anyone that says otherwise is lying. They don't know.
Very good. So I still don't understand the forcing of the why don't people actually see this and realize this? I mean, is it that hard to realize that that there isn't any knowledge of what's going to happen in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? What is going to do? What it's going to do to not just you or your children, whoever gets the vaccination, but what's that vaccination going to do to the offspring of the people who've had the vaccination? So the next generation that comes on, is it going to change their DNA? Is it going to change the DNA so that they get born with a tail or a third arm or whatever other disease? Maybe children will start being born without spinal cords. They'll have the backbone. They'll have the spinal cord, but no backbone to protect this. I don't know. I guess I don't know.
In other words, you've got questions.
Yeah, exactly. I'm probably overstating it by a lot, but who says that can't happen? I don't know. So, anyways, I guess I was supposed to say yesterday, I forgot there, we're in the chat room there and talked to one of the call-in people there that runs with a handle, a CNI dog. I was supposed to say that I talked to him. So I said I talked to him there. Day late, dollar short, but take what you get when you talk to horse feathers, right?
Every once in a while, we'll hear from the CNI dog.
Yeah, so he was the one there that he was the one that got you the jacket there with all the patches on it there from the last shuttle mission, dated the last shuttle mission there, right?
I believe if his real name's Daniel, he does more emailing than he does calling. He emails me stuff.
Yeah, he says he's a faithful listener in the daytime. He says he's out in all the daytimes there, doesn't usually get out and about this time of day. So anyways, he's a faithful daytime listener, and wanted to make sure that. Anyways, what else we got going for you? I don't know. I was just we got to see some of those people there. Oh, you know who was on the red carpet? Now get this. Now isn't that red carpet for people like movie stars and people that have been in shows and what? Do you know what? I don't even know what the red carpet event was for out there, but usually it's something to do with the movies and stuff like that. Did you see who else was out there on that red carpet event? Since I just happened to have Inside Edition on before I left last night.
Wow, that's our beloved Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez with her big tax the rich dress. Wasn't that a pretty dress?
Yeah, well, how come we didn't get to see her boobs? How come her dress wasn't all cut out? We could see her boobs too, I don't know. But yeah, tax. Now wait a minute. Aren't there rich people out there in like Los Angeles? Aren't there rich people there?
If I understood correctly, the event she was attending to was a $30,000 to get in event, and she was mingling with all the rich and famous Hollywood elite, which tax the rich she's supposed to be against.
Well, yeah, but maybe they aren't rich enough. Maybe there's more rich than that she wants to tax. I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, that was pretty impressive there. So, I don't know. Other than that, I guess it's good to hear Moose got out on a little scooter ride there. I don't know if he intended on going as far as he did or not, but at least he ended up with some good eats there at the end there. He said he got barbecue or something there, found a barbecue joint there.
Good ribs, yeah. I haven't seen the photo, but yeah.
So I guess there was one other. Hey, industry news. Here we go. We can do trucking. Somebody said something about this is a trucking show. We're supposed to talk trucking. So there's a guy. I don't know if he was in New York City or New Jersey in that area. Anyways, he owns a food distribution company. Can't get enough drivers. Does anything he can to try to hire drivers. $2,000 sign-on bonus. Trying to take people, trying to teach them how to drive, and teach them how to do the job, all that. Can't get enough help. So there's a shortage of food going to the restaurants, and this one place does baby back ribs, and they've been having to get this. They've had to supplement spare ribs for baby back ribs. Can you imagine? So anyways, because they can't get the product, and they're claiming it to be transportation, not enough drivers. There's not enough drivers to get everything everywhere, and so anyways, this guy's on, and he says he's doing everything he can to get drivers. But do you remember a long time ago when this COVID thing started, and we shut down businesses, and we shut down schools, and you shut down the cruise lines, and you had all this stuff that came from the heartland and, the farmlands, the milk, the eggs, the meat, the dairy, the chickens, all that stuff. Oh, when it all got shut off, all those producers quit making their cows have milk and their chickens. So they just got rid of their chickens. So they didn't have chickens to lay eggs. And until there's demand for it to come back, those people ain't going to start having more cows and chickens and
Right.
beef cattle and pigs. And so now that there's demand, well, of course, there's no supply because there hasn't been any demand up until now. So, but, it takes a little while because you don't just, start your factory up and build cows and pigs and chickens, and you actually got to wait for them to come out and mature and
It
be
does.
able to
It's not an overnight process. It takes time to grow you grow your herd or grow your flock. Yeah.
Exactly. So you don't just turn the switch on and all of a sudden just have product to put back on the trucks to bring to the restaurants. I mean, I guess the cruise industry is probably pretty lucky that it's taken so long to get them back out there, because there's no way the Amish that used to send them thousands and thousands of eggs every day could start producing all of them again. If all these things started running and that, when school starts again, there's going to be a milk shortage for schools. There's no way they're going to be able to produce unless. Well, I'm serious. Where are you going to get all the milk to put in the cartons? I mean, the cows have been dry. The only way you get milk out of a cow is they got to have a baby cow. So I don't know. Just these shortages are. You keep wondering what's going to be next to be not being able to be got, but.
Well, right now it's apparently there's a problem with beer bottles. I know that. Over the weekend, started off Vinicolette. They cannot get their Miller Lite in bottles. Got to have the cans. Then the next night it was the big bar around the corner. No bottled Miller Lite, just cans. Your favorite stiff drink may be the latest casualty of shortages. Business owners say it's not because there's a lack of alcohol. Bars, breweries, distillers around the country dealing with shortages of glass bottles and other accessories to properly store and ship their alcohol. I'll give you more coming up here, but oh, by the way, and there's also a massive shortage of flowers right now. Got a wedding on the horizon? Yeah, they say maybe good luck with getting the flowers you want for your wedding. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You know, in all reality, it's glass bottles, it's plastic bottles, it's glass jars. You name it. We had, we've been doing like the click list on Kroger. You place your order online, pay for it, then you just pull in, make that phone call and pick it up. And I think we had bottles of Coors Light on the list. Nope, sold out. Like I said, bars and restaurants, glass. Another story. Visit local bars, restaurants, coffee shops. You're likely to find certain types of bottles not available. Let's see. Many businesses are stuck and almost impossible to get some of these varying types of bottles. Various winemakers, alcohol manufacturer. The shortage is so acute that Anheuser-Busch has begun packaging more Budweiser in cans. So it's not just Miller, Coors, but all in the bottle. You go into the convenience store. I noticed that can't find any glass. Around the world, having reported similar shortages in glass containers, from blood vials to liquor bottles. It's kind of a crapshoot right now, according to the co-owner of College Club Beverages. He said he was busy at the warehouse floor loading fizz into the car trunks of customers who'd come to his operation for a fill-up of their vibrant-colored pop in clear bottles. We're keeping our fingers crossed that suppliers will come through, or we'll have to start looking at other places for glass. The pandemic has caused global shortages in all kinds of material, and we can't seem to pinpoint the root cause of the problem. I ask the question every time they call me and tell me the prices are going up on a certain bottle or a certain bottle is unavailable. Some are blaming freight, some are blaming a labor shortage, other people blame other suppliers. It isn't just glass jars we're having a hard time getting. He said he was told that we would have to wait for months for a new shipment of jar lids. Everything I need to run this business is either in short supply, commanding higher prices, or both. We have 100 different ingredients we use in all the different sauces we make. And I'll tell you, it's got to be 70 to 80% of them are higher than they were a year ago. All right, let me flip over to your flowers. In addition to all the other goods that are hard to find, new cars, couches, kitchen appliances, flower professionals say there is a shortage of flowers like they've never seen before. Demand is at an all-time high as the industry navigates the boom of weddings that had been scheduled during the last 18 months. Some vendors say they've crammed 3 times the normal number of weddings into this season alone. On top of that, everyday consumers have also increased their demand for flowers. Why, I don't know. People turn to flowers in a big way. Of course, there's this intense focus on beautifying our homes, where we've been spending so much time with flowers and plants. Even as people are gathering and starting to go back to the office, where we're not seeing that spike in demand tapering off. The result is increased pressure on the supply chain. Grocery stores have bought entire farms or flower brands for their inventory, according to some local wedding florists. So good luck with that. What are we looking at? News break time. Get back. Knucklebuster got you coming up next. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Communities in Louisiana still trying to recover from Hurricane Ida are bracing for more rain from Tropical Depression Nicholas. The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane on the coast of Texas with winds of up to 95 miles an hour. Hundreds of thousands were left without power, and the storm surge flooded many low-lying areas along the coast. Forecasters say Nicholas could drop 5 to 10 inches of rain as it moves further inland across southern Louisiana and Mississippi, with up to 20 inches possible in some areas. And for the first time since the Great Recession of 2011, the median household income in the U.S. has declined. New data from the Census Bureau shows that the median household income decreased to $67,500 between 2019 and 2020, a drop of nearly 3% amid the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Someone earlier asked about where's Biden's approval ratings, which have been going down and down. I thought it was 46 to 40. Numbers came out yesterday. Going down, going down. He's actually underwater now. America's views of how the president is handling his job as president. 42% approve, 50% disapprove. According to the latest Quinnipiac University national poll of adults released this past day, this is the first time, they say, that Biden's approval has dropped into negative territory since taking office. In early August, 46% approved, 43% disapproved. So it is now 42 approved, 50 disapprove. His numbers on his handling and response of the coronavirus are mixed. 48% approve, 49% disapprove. Now you go back to just August, it was 53 approve, 40 disapprove. Big drop there. Americans give him a negative score on his handling of foreign policy. They also gave Biden a negative score on his handling of his job as commander-in-chief of the U.S. military. 40% approve, 55% disapprove. On his handling of the economy, Biden receives a negative 42 to 52% rating. On his handling of climate change, Americans are divided. 42 approve, 45 disapprove. More than half of Americans, 54 to 41%, say they approve of his decision to withdraw all U.S. troops from Afghanistan. Nearly 7 in 10 Americans say it was the right thing to end the war. However, he gets a negative 31% approval to 65% disapprove for the way he handled the withdrawal. More than 6 in 10 Americans say they believe American troops are going to have to return to Afghanistan to fight terrorism. Republicans, it's 83 to 10. Independents, it's 65 to 25% that think troops will have to return. While Democrats say 52 to 38%, they think troops will not have to return to Afghanistan. A majority of Americans say they're very dissatisfied or somewhat dissatisfied with the way things are going in the nation today. Almost 3 in 10 say they are very satisfied or somewhat satisfied. So 70% say we're going the wrong way, 30%, which you have to interpret that. That means there's a hell of a lot of Democrats out there that say this country is going the wrong direction. Wake up! All right, let me get back to Knuckle Buster. Thanks for hanging in there. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Them polls are full of more baloney than I am. I wouldn't trust any of them. I believe the poll numbers are lower than that. Well, how many? Will you get a couple of thousand emails a day, Steve?
Not quite that many, but maybe a couple hundred.
A couple hundred. Okay, well that's bad enough to want to go down there to Kroger, get a 6-pack of Skull Buster beer and a bottle of aspirin, and hit the delete all button at the end of the day there, right?
Yep.
I read where not only North Korea, but Iran's on the brink of getting a nuclear weapon there. They'll have it before we know it, Steve. So I might want to start reading that Bible a little heavier there,
right?
Basic instructions before leaving Earth. Well, let's tick AT&T off and use some of these unlimited minutes up. And they used to send me messages all the time about, you're using a lot of data. Well, that's what unlimited is, man. So we got Keep On Trucking ELD. They send me messages too. A hard brake too fast sometimes. Took that curve too fast. I sent them a message back. Faith, understanding, knowledge, and truth. That's FUKT, right? See?
Mm-hmm.
You think they'll get the message?
Maybe.
And well, Big Moose, just keep on riding that Harley, buddy. I'm jealous, though. Mine's still sitting in the driveway because I got too many chores to do. So I'll eventually get back out there. Bubba asked me today, Steve, is Google male or female? I said, I don't know. Well, I'll ask Steve. He might know the answer.
If I had to guess, I'm thinking he's probably one of. I said he. Google is probably one of those binaries, you know.
Well, he thought it was female because it doesn't let you finish a sentence before making a suggestion. There, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Read where a Virginia high school teacher posted a video criticizing the concept of students behaving themselves and sitting quietly in class as part of white supremacy, Steve. I bet his favorite drink is Coca-Cola, too, there. I don't know. We'll have to see. Well, Jennifer Aniston, she was speaking on People TV. She's 52-year-old now, Steve. She revealed she would be more than comfortable in a relationship with someone who is not a public figure. Well, we might be able to hook her up with one of your callers, Steve. Well, it wouldn't be me or you, but how about Mr. Haney, a.k.a. Hillbilly Chicks, or Gilligan? Wait a minute, Gilligan was married because he took his wife on. Well, they cut both of them out because they're part of the movie industry there. They got them names there, right?
Yep.
Well, it's no bull. Scientists put the task to the test, and 11 out of 16 cows learned to use the moo potty when they had to go. So, I don't know. I'll be all right as long as Chick-fil-A doesn't start advertising cows that going to the bathroom there in the moo potty there. So I don't know. Yeah. Well, this guy, he missed the barmaid's last call for alcohol, Steve, over in Sioux Falls there. He faces burglary charges after police found him after hours at a bar drinking a Skull Buster beer. The 53-year-old man was arrested at 5:30 a.m. Now, the last call is 2 a.m., Steve. So he was in there three hours drinking beers before he tripped that alarm on there. And then I guess old Starsky and Hutch told him that he had just plain overstayed his welcome. And let's talk about one of my favorite politicians, AOC. her response was to all that criticism about her, Steve, was I thought about the criticism I get, but honestly, me and my body have been so heavily and relentlessly policed from all corners politically since the moment I won my election that, well, she said it's kind of become expected and normalized to her. Well, I just got news for AOC. If you can't stand the heat, don't dish it out. Steve, I got one other thing. You better cover your ears.
One
Just
more.
for Mama Knucklebuster.
Some woman said that she appreciates you giving her the chance to sleep all night.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what happened, though, don't you? Well, get your 45 cut in there, and then I'll tell you what happened, why she sent you that email.
Okay, I thought that was kind of odd, receiving an email from Mama Knucklebuster. Whoa, what's going on there? Yeah, we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Got a couple of other industry headlines to get to. Gas prices, highest level in 7 years right now. More on those numbers coming up. First, let me get back to Knucklebuster. All right, kind of odd getting an email from Mama Knucklebuster.
Yeah, don't be asking her no questions either, because I'm going to tell her right off the bat she can't answer you back. Well, anyway, my idea, since we got FaceTime, is an unlimited minute, me to just watch her sleep. Well, that was all well and good, Steve, till certain parts of her got uncovered, and I was going, ooh, yeah, baby. Well, she told me to shut up and hung the phone up there on me. So, all right, let's get this out of the way. Cover your ears up. You place gold on my finger. You brought love like I've never known. You gave life to our children, and to me, a reason to go on. You're my friend, Oh, wait a minute. I done messed that song up. You're my shelter from troubled winds. You're my anchor in life's ocean. But most of all, you're my best friend. And that's strictly there. And that just proves I'm human too, Steve. So I just messed that song up. I guess I'll have to sing it to you this weekend there, right?
All right, there you go.
All right. If I pissed somebody off this morning with my bad shower singing, I apologize. Have a great morning, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Lord, I apologize. It's 9 before the hour. Oh, let me see here. Deranger sends me a couple of messages here. First, he sends me a couple of links. First, from Town Hall. Going back to the conversation we had with Pappy and Steve earlier, talking about General Milley. New reporting from the Washington Post detailing the contents of the new book shows General Milley reassured China's People's Liberal Army General Lee that he would give the communist country a heads up if President Trump launched an attack in the final months of his presidency. He did so in a series of reported phone calls and reassured Lee he would stand between Trump and an attack on Chinese assets. Amber Smith says, if Milley told the PLE about any proposed or likely military action or agreed to give such warning, he has indeed committed treason. No other way to define it. Breaking news. Several Pentagon officers present in Milley's secret meeting are willing to testify against him under oath, per a White House official. Well, that may get very ugly for one Milley. At the rate of speed this is all unfolding, we could see this guy stepping aside today, or maybe even being forced to do so. Or will he just say it's all bunk, it's all uncorroborated, it's all a bunch of lies. The truth will set me free. We'll see which direction it goes. But when you've got those saying, hey, I was there and I'll testify under oath, that's... realistically, if you were an individual present and privy to such a conversation and you heard something such as this treason taking place, are you then, by not saying anything, complicit? Yes or no? Would you not be complicit? Gas prices at the highest level in 7 years, even as demand fell for a fourth straight week, with supply disruptions from Ida putting higher pressure on prices and keeping seasonal factors from delivering any relief at the pump for drivers frustrated by historically high fuel costs. National average for a gallon of regular gasoline rose to a 7-year high of $3.17 per gallon over the past week. Retail gas prices in the U.S. averaged $3.16 a gallon in August, highest since back in 2014. Historically, prices tended to peak in late summer, people driving more often, last summer getaways. Gas Buddy's head petroleum analyst said that the week of September 5 marks the fourth straight week of falling gas demand. Nonetheless, prices continue to go higher. Now, they expect falling demand will eventually catch up to the prices. Gas prices are expected to average $3.14 a gallon for the month of September, before dropping to an average of $2.91 per gallon in the fourth quarter, which would be an encouraging sign for those hoping for some relief at the pump. About 5 before the hour. What do you say, Gilligan?
Yeah, good morning there, Steve. He's talking about the glass shortage on these bottles. I might have a solution to that. know, a lot of the football games and stuff, they use plastic bottles. Now, there might be a solution. I don't know. Figure plastic's even hard to come by. If I'm not mistaken, aren't they having shortages of plastic bottles? I believe Chris was talking about that a while back.
He's been dealing with that for months. Yep. Yes, absolutely, for months. Hard time. Certain bottles you can't even get.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's all this COVID, all the shutdowns, and everything's caused all this. I don't get it. But, I tell you what, I got a little message out there to Jolly Green. He said something about, I got a bounty on me. It seems awful funny. The man that supposedly has a bounty on me would suggest that Jennifer Aniston could possibly marry me. Well, I'm already married, but I wouldn't think the man that's after me would make such a statement. Do you?
Certainly not.
Exactly. So I don't think I have too much to worry. But Jolly Green, you want to come over and collect that bounty? Just give me a call so I can get the step ladder out. Because you got about a foot height on me. I'm gonna need a little help. Oh, well, Steve, I tell you what, I've got one for you. I was not the most embarrassed at the beach last week. I tell you what, there was a woman there. My God, that poor woman was so ugly that the tide refused to come in. I seen this woman. I tell you what, I swear, I think the best way I could describe her, she looked like the monkey spanker and drag. Yep, that's for you there in Texas. Hillbilly Texas. I told you I'd get one for you. That's about all I got for tonight. Take care, Steve.
All right, Gilligan, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. Y'all settled back in now after the vacation. He started his new week after being on vacation within the first couple of hours of hitting the road, trying to maintain his lane, as he put it. Ran over an alligator and he cut an airline, I think it was. I guess it was a bit of a mess in Fremont, Indiana. I-69 was shut down in Steuben County and southern Michigan. A hazmat spill at a truck stop this past morning. Indiana DOT tweeted a traffic alert a little after 10 o'clock this past morning that a semi-tanker had leaked 6,000 gallons of liquid nitric acid at the Pilot truck stop in Fremont when a valve broke, apparently. Brown said the chemical was running away from the gas station's pumps and into a ditch along the highway. So the interstate's northbound lanes were closed at the 354-mile marker northbound. Southbound lanes were closed at the 3-mile marker in Branch County, Michigan. Alternate routes were having to be taken. Brown said the county worked with the IDEM on a cleanup. Lime was applied to the liquid in the ditch. The ditch had been dammed off, but I guess that was one heck of a mess to clean up 6,000 gallons of liquid nitric acid. With that, we are up to the top of the hour. Final hour just ahead. Want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is projected to turn back a recall effort. With about 67% of anticipated votes counted, no to the recall is leading 65 to 34%. Newsom becomes the second governor in the country's history to defeat an effort to remove him from office before the completion of his term. And Senator Josh Hawley has threatened to block all Defense and State Department civilian nominees from the White House unless the secretaries of those departments resign for their role in the U.S.'s chaotic exit from Afghanistan. The Missouri Republican told CNN that he would block all ambassadors as well unless Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin resign. On the Senate floor earlier Tuesday, he also called for the resignation of National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Hawley said there must be accountability and a new start. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that's MetaShare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to MetaShare. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch too. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because MetaShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
An influential comedian has died. Lance Pry reports.
Nobody funnier. Ladies and gentlemen, Norm Macdonald.
Comedian Norm Macdonald, known for his time on David Letterman, Saturday Night Live, The Norm Show, has died at 61. The comedian had been privately battling cancer for 9 years and was living in Quebec City, Canada.
Thanks, guys. Listen, I don't want to brag or anything, but me and Oprah are making the same money tonight.
Norm also played Death on The Family Guy.
Is he dead? I think he might be dead.
Oh, did you hear that? Noah Wiley here thinks he might be dead. Step aside, Junior. Nope, he's just knocked out. I drove all the way out here. I had to cancel another appointment. I never like to be too far away from Mike Wallace.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And this is USA Radio News.
Hey, good bingo. Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Radio bingo's in the house.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken spent a second day on Capitol Hill Tuesday testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Senator James Risch was one of those members who questioned Blinken on the pullout and its failures. The Idaho Republican tells Fox News that he was looking for a measure of accountability, but heard none from the Secretary of State.
Well, you know, they've been all over the board on this thing, but they're really delusional. Step with the American people. The vast majority of the American people watch this unfold. What you just saw was a statement from the Democrat chairman of that committee calling this a colossal failure. It clearly was. It was a debacle. It was an embarrassment. It was all those things. And we wanted answers as to who was making the decisions and who was making the calls on it. We didn't get very much in that regard. But the takeaway is that they're, as was said here, they're patting themselves on the back on what a great job done. Look, I was privy to the discussions about this in the last administration, certainly not in this administration. And there's some basics they didn't follow. Look, you evacuate the country first, then you give up the country. You don't give up the country and then try to evacuate it.
And UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson laid out his plan to guard against a winter surge of COVID cases in his country. The plan includes booster shots for all Britons over 50 and offering children 12 to 15 one dose of the Pfizer vaccine. And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
most of us should have seen by now the photographs of the devastated fields of solar panels that Ida totally destroyed when she ripped through here a couple weeks ago down in Louisiana. And we all recall the rolling blackouts and brownouts in Texas this past winter when the wind didn't necessarily stop blowing, but the freezing rain froze up the wind turbines and the impacts of getting away from fossil fuels in the name of stopping climate change and global warming. Well, the natural gas and electricity markets were already surging in Europe when something new happened. The wind in the stormy North Sea stopped blowing. The sudden slowdown in wind-driven electricity production off the coast of the UK in recent weeks whipsawed through the entire energy markets. Gas and coal-fired electricity plants were called in to make up the shortfall from the wind. Natural gas prices, already boosted by the pandemic and a lack of fuel in storage caverns and tanks, hit all-time highs. Thermal coal, long shunned because of its carbon emissions, emerging from the long price slump as utilities were forced to turn back on the backup power sources. Just underscoring the precarious state of the energy markets headed into the long European winter, the electricity price shock was most acute in the UK, which has leaned on wind farms to eradicate carbon emissions by the year 2015. Prices for carbon credits, which electricity producers have to burn fossil fuels, are at record highs. It took a lot of people by surprise. If this were to happen in the winter, we would have had significantly higher demand. A real issue for system stability would have emerged. In other words, what we witnessed in Texas would have been sweeping across the UK. There's not enough power. At their peak, UK electricity prices had more than doubled and were almost 7 times as high as the same time in 2020. Power markets also jumped in France, the Netherlands, and Germany. Prices for power to be dispatched the next day rocketed to $285, or that would be pounds, per megawatt hour in the UK. That's the equivalent to $395 per megawatt hour, and marked a record on figures going back to 1999, $395 a megawatt hour. All it took was for the wind to stop blowing. All right, back to the calls we go, and who we got? Would that be Steve?
You got Big Sexy.
Big Sexy. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Oh, Big Sexy.
Not seeing a name there, so I was trying to guess.
Okay. I heard earlier that Moose made the trip all the way to Fort Smith.
Hopped on his bike and just wanted to go for a ride, and 10 hours later found himself in Fort Smith, Arkansas. Yes.
He should have hollered. I could have run down to 40 or 55 and met up with him, as he come through.
I don't know. He stopped. He had stopped at some barbecue joint, was getting something to eat, and he was going to turn around and start heading back this direction. Probably going to stop at a hotel for the night, he said.
That's a long ride.
I'm telling you.
On the deal with Millie, that is treason.
Yes, sir.
What's the penalty for treason now?
Good question.
It used to be firing squad. What is it now?
I wonder. I don't know if that's changed or not, to be honest with you. Should be.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be. Yeah. Something else. Oh, on the voting out in California, they aren't using the same machines that they used for the presidential election, are they?
No, I'm sorry. Say that again.
The same Dominion machines that they use for the presidential election, they're not using them out in California, are they?
I would imagine they are. I'm pretty sure California used Dominion. I don't think they've changed anything there.
Well, they might want to take a look at that. That election out there may be being stolen too.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you really think that many people are going to approve to keep him? I don't think so. I think something's wrong there. But tonight's not hump night. Tomorrow is.
Yeah, you get your week started like Monday night, right?
Yeah, Tuesday morning's my first.
Gotcha.
Tuesday through Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Why do you think I've been pushing to get you on Saturday so bad?
I know it. You want me here every night, yeah.
Yeah, I still got to get that petition up so I can get that to Steve,
Yeah.
I'm not Steve Chris. But I guess that's all I got. It seemed like there was something else, but my sometimers is kicking in. Older I get, I can't remember stuff. So if I remember, I might try to call Val down. We're in the last hour, so. All right, well, I'll catch you tomorrow night then.
All right. Have a good morning there. Thank you. And I pulled up, I'm looking at the actual code here, the U.S. code from the house.gov, section 2381, treason, which reads, whoever owing allegiance to the United States levies war against them or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason and shall suffer death or shall be imprisoned not less than 5 years and fined under this title, but not less than $10,000, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. So as the one individual said, those stars should be ripped from his shoulder. Technically, I don't think they're not going to sentence him to prison or to death. But imprisonment for not less than 5 years, a fine of nothing lower than $10,000, and I guess considered to be a disgrace. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Hey, we got a first-time caller. Mama Knucklebuster?
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing today?
I'm doing fine. Are you looking to get somebody in trouble?
He didn't think I'd call in. He said, "Here, I'll get on here." I said, "No, I should be asleep. I'm gonna be honest. I got a hard day tomorrow." But
what are you doing
I set up as long as I.
What are you doing up at this hour?
I was listening because he loves your show and he's loved it for years. So I feel like if you're married to somebody for 41 years, you ought to try to get involved in their activities. But I don't know. I need to sleep too bad.
What do you think there? You didn't think she'd call the show, did you?
She said she wasn't going to call, but I guess she went ahead and done it anyway. She wanted your phone number. I don't care. You can ask her anything you want, Steve. She'll tell you the truth.
Come on.
I will, unfortunately.
Drop us some dirty secrets. Give us some dirty secrets on that nasty old man.
He's a wonderful man. He served his country well, and he's a wonderful father. And I disagree with just about everything he does politically. So.
Oh, yeah? That makes
we have.
That would have to make for some...
No meeting of minds.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just said no meeting of minds on politics or some food items, I guess. But other than that, we do pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been married 41 years, Steve, so we're doing something right.
I would say, yes. I got a few years to catch up with you.
Yeah. You're doing good. Just keep on working at it.
Yep. Well, Mama Knucklebuster, what time you got to get up to start your day anyway?
6:30.
6:30. Oh, boy. Okay.
Well, it's only 4:15 our time, Steve, so she still got about 2 hours and 45 minutes if she hurries up and get in the bed there. So.
Okay.
Yeah. I did try. I listened to some of it. I was like, I mean, I'm just being honest. It's just like, I was like, I'm not a political person, you know. My husband is. I'm not. So, you know, you kind of counterbalance things. So I just disagree with just about everything.
Oh, well, you'll learn.
That's normal for a woman, right, Steve? You always disagree with the man.
You learn the truth on this program, Mama.
Well,
absolutely. I learned something. I'm not going to say it's the truth.
Well, it's good to hear from you anyway. I guess that's got to make for some interesting conversations around the breakfast table there, Knucklebuster.
Oh yeah, absolutely there. So, which I don't eat breakfast. She's a breakfast person there. She has to have eggs and bacon and all that stuff every morning. I'd eat just about anything, whatever time of day. I could eat spaghetti for breakfast, and it wouldn't matter. So
me too.
He does eat spaghetti for breakfast. He likes a hamburger and soup for breakfast. It's just gross. Anyway, I'm gonna let y'all go, and I want y'all to have a wonderful night. And if he ever tells you any lies, you just call me, and I'll straighten him out. Okay?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I guess technically I've got your number now. Oh boy, look out, Knucklebuster.
Yeah, I told her to hit you up for a code since she's the first time caller. She says, I'm not buying no hot shot secret. And I said,
and
buy you
well,
a t-shirt.
by golly, I'm going to get you one. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll do it up right. Woman, get yourself in the bed there. You got to make a paycheck tomorrow while I'm sleeping.
Steve, did he tell you what I did in court the other day? I had to go to court.
Yeah.
I planned this big thing. I was going to get sworn in and tell the man on the stand under oath I loved him, right?
Yeah.
Get sworn in. I go over and I tell this man of 41 years, I love you. Do you have any questions for me? I'm under oath, right?
Yeah.
He just kisses me and says nothing else. And I'm driving home after the court. I'm going, did you like what I did in court today? And he said, what'd you do? He didn't even know what I had done.
Oh, my.
I've never had another romantic gesture in my life. That's it. I'm done, you know?
Well, Steve, I got one self-defense. I'm totally deaf in my left ear and about 75% gone in the right one. So she listens for me real well.
There you go. All right, guys. Well, thanks. Mama Knucklebuster, get you some rest. Have a good night. And Knucklebuster, we'll chat with you, I guess, tomorrow morning.
Sounds good. Y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret, some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products, headset from Stellar Electronics, and that'll be all my baloney, hogwash, and garbage for today, Mr. Steve Sommers. Have a great day.
And I've got Mama Knucklebuster's number. I'll get her a code, okay?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
All right. It is 20 past the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of bowling on 2 tracks. Tractors, Trucks, minis, and semis will all be there, with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmers Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Five leaders become champions in DeKalb County. Superstock stars dominate in new divisions. And for the Grand National regular season, Sandwich is a wrap. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It is upon us, the 34th Enderley Memorial Pull-Off, this Saturday, September 18th, beginning at 5 p.m. Founded by Kent and Joan Enderley in 1987 in appreciation of their customers, since 2006 it has been a marquee event at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio, where top 5 finishers and qualifiers from across the country go all out for the right to be called an Enderley champion. With 21 classes and 102 competitors going non-stop on twin tracks, we'll get from start to finish in a little over 4 hours, including an intermission. So if our reports have piqued your curiosity, find out what our sport is about by attending the Enderley, either in person by buying your tickets at shopntpa.com/tickets or by streaming the event live or on demand at ntpa.tv. Find out more at allstarpoll.com. On Thursday and Saturday at the DeKalb County Fair in Sandwich, Illinois, we set the last of our field of Grand National champions. Thursday's Truck Night featured Superstock Diesel 4x4, and it was Justin Gearhart who completed a season-long comeback with his first win of 2021 aboard his cream of the crop Dodge. Then on Saturday, 2 hooks in each of 4 classes provided one final endurance test. Despite one competitor's lament that Saturday at Sandwich is where championship dreams go to die, all 4 entering leaders hung on to complete their title runs. In Super Farm, it was Ryan Anderson and his Checkin' Out International 1206 who took a 4th and a 5th to establish an 11-point margin. Class winners in Super Farm were Brad Hart's Don't Ask and Gage Ott's Dream On. In Pro Stock, Rob Russell finished a masterful year, clearing the field by 25 points with his Workhorse Pro Case IH. Russell won the afternoon session to take the pressure off for the evening, where he nabbed 3rd behind Kevin and Danny Schmucker, where Kevin was driving for another father and son team, the Lemkes, and their new Generation Plus. Russell earned his 4th overall title, with the first 3 coming in the Superstock division. Speaking of which, Travis Schlabach's Bone Twister International 1066 Diesel had the slightest of the 4 entering margins, and a substandard afternoon run of just 86.8 feet, far behind winner Mike Beck's High-Tech Redneck, could have proved fatal. But top contender Kent Payne in Super Rooster also had trouble, and when Payne stopped at 86.5 feet, Schlabach incredibly gained a point. He gave 2 back while finishing 3rd to a recovered Rooster in the night session, but the sun set with Schlabach hoisting his first GN Tramp-In trophy. Finally, Brett Berg, like Russell, a former Superstock champion, became the first man to win a 5th 7,500-pound multi-engine modified title when his Rink Seed-sponsored moneymaker collected the big check after both Saturday sessions. Finishing 2nd each time were Tom Owens and Ramblin' Rose. Now that Owens has seen all the tracks, will he be in position to dethrone Berg in 22? Can't wait for next year. But first, it's regional action in Allegan, Michigan this Wednesday, and then it's the Enderley this Saturday, September 18th. AllStarPoll.com, ShopNTPA.com/tickets, NTPA.tv, and NTPAPULL.com have everything you need to witness the most lucrative single day in truck and tractor pulling. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, so regional action tonight. Might have to say weather permitting. And then, of course, big Saturday coming up. The Enderley pull-off there. Urbana, Ohio. All right, 26 past the hour. Let's get back to the calls here. Next up, Blind Man, I believe, is on the line. Hey, good morning, Blind Man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Well, I got my question answered about California. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that Larry Elder can pull it off. But what I was waiting on the line here, someone tried to scam me the other day. I normally don't pick up the phone. I just let my answering machine screen all my calls. But I was expecting a call from my doctor, so I picked up, and this individual says, your Social Security number has been illegally used down in South Carolina, and we need to talk to you. So just for the hell of it, I pressed 1 and got a live individual, and she was asking me for my Social Security number, and I said, well, you got it there. Why don't you read it off to me? And she was flustered a little bit, and she says, well, can you tell me your birthday? And I said, well, you know what my birthday is because you got all the information there, and then she hung up on me.
Yep.
So,
I mean, if you're,
I'd like to have.
If your Social Security number had been used illegally and they wanted to talk to you about it, they knew your Social Security number, so at least you had sense enough. I mean, that was called a phishing call, a phishing scam, hoping that you'd give them your SS number and then your birth date, and then they'd be off to the races.
Exactly. I like to have a little bit of fun with some of these calls that come over the transom. Some woman called me up and she says, Mr. Schmidt, how are you feeling today? I said, right now, I'm horny and my girlfriend's not around, so can you talk to me for half an hour? And she hung up.
There you go. Oh, boy.
And then I get a call. Oh, this is a good one. I got a call one time. This sounded like a teenager, and she's asking me if I want to subscribe to the New York Times. And I said, yeah, I'd love to, but do you have it in Braille? And she says, what's Braille? So, and I'm saying to yeah. She didn't know what Braille was.
Wow. How about that?
Yeah. And then somebody, would say, is Mr. Schmidt around? I go, hey, Mr. Schmidt, he's indisposed for the moment. Can you call back in 15 minutes? Click.
Yep.
But, I get calls from renewing my auto insurance.
Right.
And I told the guy, I says, I'm still trying to figure out how to tie my white cane to the bumper of the car.
And then, of course, when it comes to your extended auto warranty, right? You need to get your auto warranty.
Oh, I got that one too.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the numbers here, Blind Man, out of California. And, I mean, the polls, as we were talking earlier, must have been all the polls were saying it was going to be too close to call. The numbers right now, there's still like just under 4 million votes to count, but nearly 70% of the vote has been counted. 64.3% say no to the recall. So, they were able to call that hours ago. So Newsom retains his position as governor there.
I guess the people of California are not ticked off enough yet.
They're gluttons for punishment.
That's for sure.
Yeah. And well, Blind Man, have a good morning. Get you some breakfast. Maybe we'll jump on the post-game show, the after hours. Right now, let's get a news break, though. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is projected to turn back a recall effort. With about 67% of anticipated votes counted, no to the recall is leading 65 to 34%. Newsom becomes the second governor in the country's history to defeat an effort to remove him from office before the completion of his term. And Senator Josh Hawley has threatened to block all Defense and State Department civilian nominees from the White House unless the secretaries of those departments resign for their role in the U.S.'s chaotic exit from Afghanistan. The Missouri Republican told CNN that he would block all ambassadors as well unless Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin resign. On the Senate floor earlier Tuesday, he also called for the resignation of National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Hawley said there must be accountability and a new start. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Friends, you're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So as we continue to watch the remnants of Hurricane Nicholas bring heavy rains to Louisiana, on over to Mississippi. Later today, Alabama, Georgia going to get in on some of the rain. Yeah, continuing to monitor closely an area of showers and storms east of the Bahamas for potential development to our next tropical depression or storm. This slowly organizing feature may approach the east coast of the U.S., could bring some heavy rain for some coastal areas, dangerous seas for a large part of the eastern seaboard. So what the latest they tell us is this tropical trouble spot's going to drift further to the west and northwest as it becomes better organized today. They expect the process is not going to happen quickly in this case, though. When there's a suspect area in the tropics this time of year, we tend to look for reasons why the system will not form with those two big inhibiting factors. Wind shear being number one, dry air number two. All right, there's neither significant wind shear nor dry air around the system at this time, so there seems to be a better than 50-50 chance it's going to develop as it drifts northwest toward the southeastern coast of the U.S. during the middle part of the week here. There's no indication that it's going to undergo explosive development, but there is a chance for a tropical depression or storm to form Wednesday into Friday. Waters are plenty warm enough, generally in the 80s, so that's favorable for development. What are we looking at? We're up next, potential names for the tropical storms this Atlantic season. O would be the next letter, following Nicholas. Odette, followed by the letter P, which would be Peter. So Odette and Peter, the next two names. See, there's another trouble spot further out in the open waters of the Atlantic that's going to be kind of competing for the next name of the season. That system recently emerged from the coast of Africa, has a chance of developing into a tropical depression or storm in the short term over the eastern Atlantic. So we could see Odette way out in the eastern Atlantic before Peter garners a name, if indeed it does garner a name off the eastern seaboard. There you go. Update on the tropics. Meanwhile, back to the calls here. Yes, hello, Chevy Guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry to call back, but I just had to answer. The question was asked, what would they do in treason? Well, you can go back to recent history. Eldred Ames sold out the U.S. Navy in the submarine fleet to the Soviet Union, and all he got was jail time. And I mean, everything he did was so classified that nothing could be brought out in court. But what they were trying him on,
Mm-hmm.
Basically, he endangered all our sailors on the subs. And then you've got, but Bergdahl, he walks off, leaves endangering our troops, and I don't think they've done anything to him. The truth of the matter is, I think Milley isn't going to be touched for the simple fact that he knows what Nancy Pelosi schemed to pull Donald Trump out of office. And he's got a lot of dirty laundry on these people that he's been dancing with. So we're going to just see another situation where the rules don't apply to them.
Mm-hmm.
And this is very interesting. But to me, the most amazing story tonight that you read was Colonel Vindman, that basically turned information over to Adam Schiff so he could, he's the one that squealed, and he got away with it, and none of these people seem to answer for nothing, so it just hang in there. I got it. We're seeing them stealing elections, but we got to keep on voting, and we got to keep on voting We got to get more people out to vote, and that way it just shows if you've got more votes and you've got people in a district, then maybe somewhere along the line, an honest judge, is stick in there and start saying, "Hey, we got to look at this." So I gotta believe, like you said earlier tonight, there's a lot of Democrats that ain't happy with what's going on, and it may be they're just good, honest people working, and they're not paying attention. I honestly, we just heard a lady tonight that doesn't agree with her husband. I don't know how you do that. I don't know. I mean, our faith and our politics are so entwined, and on the conservative side and on the liberal side, you just have to be a daggum atheist to agree with these people. So I gotta believe there's a lot of good Democrats that just aren't paying attention, and maybe they'll come around when they start seeing their gas prices are so high, their food prices are so high, and it's a shame, but that's what's going to take to get people woke up. But before they start going door to door, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Other than that, we're going to sit back. We're going to sit back and see what happens. We're going to copy the mail until you fire up the radio program at midnight tonight. How about it?
There you go. All
Over
right.
and out.
Closing out a hump day. There you go. Let me see. Hello to Truck and Phil. I missed your emails the last couple of mornings. I hadn't been catching them till the show's already over. But he sends me a good morning every day. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy hump day. Coffee up. Knucklebuster and Mrs. Knucklebuster. His Knucklebuster better have the right to spaghetti for breakfast. Yeah, spaghetti for dinner. I mean, it's the best meal around. Anyway, great to hear both of them on the program this morning. As for the general that betrayed his country, he betrayed his president. Yes, he should be court-martialed and tried for treason. Unbelievable. What a disgrace this guy is. Anyway, as we continue to put another week in the books for 2021, ready to depart Fort Wayne for that big Sterling Heights, Michigan, in the flip back to Fort Wayne. Only 101 days till Christmas. Thank you much, Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. So, yes, you're right on the same page with Knucklebuster there. Then he sent me some photographs of his spaghetti and meat sauce breakfast, and that looks mighty good. Some garlic toast there on the side. All I know is that looks like an awful lot of crushed red pepper on there. With the quantity you have on there, Phil, I'm thinking that'd be a mighty spicy breakfast. But it looks good. About 16 before the hour. Let me see here. Yes, horse feathers, take two.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, I was going to make sure you got Mama Knucklebuster a code there. He's the first-time caller there. You got to make sure, because she's going to need to get all that overnight drive Steve Sommers gear there, you know, the T-shirts and all that stuff.
I reckon, the way I understand it, Knucklebuster will definitely make her get one of those Steve Sommers overnight drive T-shirts, because he loves the women in those T-shirts.
And you know, if she got one there that was a couple sizes too big, you know, she got one like the 1X or the 2X maybe, she could wear it there for like a nightgown at nighttime. What do you think of that?
I think he wants her to get one a size or two too small.
Well, you got to get one of them, yeah, for the wet T-shirt contest,
right?
But anyways, no, it's good to hear Mama Knucklebuster. And I'll tell you what, if she's been married for 41 years to Knucklebuster, she's got a very young-sounding voice. She had very, very, very nice voice there. So, congratulations to Knucklebuster. 41 years with that. Actually, I guess we should congratulate her that she's put up with Knucklebuster for 41 years, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So anyways, hey, one more thing on the trucking industry. So, watching the news, they mentioned with the shortage of drivers that there's a chance that they're wanting to put 18-year-old drivers out on the highways. My wife's like, well, what do you mean put 18-year-old drivers out on the highways? And I said, well, they're already there. She goes, well, how can they already be there? I said, well, because you can drive in the state at 18, 19, and 20 before you go across state lines. I said, I had my license at 18. So I can't believe somebody that young would be on the highways driving a tractor trailer. I said, well, what about all the ones in the military that drive trucks, run tanks, fly airplanes, sail on ships? And I said, they're all 18, 19, 20 years old doing that. He goes, oh, that's a good point. I said, somebody in Texas that's 18 can drive all day long and not reach the state line, depending on where they are and which way they're going. I said, they can drive in Montana and Texas, so you can drive all day long, have to stay out overnight in the sleeper and drive all the way back home and, never cross the state line. And I said, but, where it hurts is the ones that live here in Maryland or Rhode Island or Delaware and, these small states, you can't hardly turn around. You go to pull forward and back up and you cross the state line. And I said, well, and the other thing is it's a lot of regional, you get the regional experience. I almost trust the 18, 19, and 20-year-olds that drive here in Maryland with me or, New Jersey and New York City and Long Island and up there in Massachusetts, Connecticut, the type of people they have to drive with. You don't know how to drive with those people. You can drive anywhere. So, anyways, she was just kind of surprised that there'd be a suggestion that you put somebody that young behind the wheel of the truck, but didn't realize they were already out there. Didn't realize they were already out here with us. So I don't know. I don't think it's that big a deal to let them cross state lines myself, especially up here in the New England area, and that where, as I say, you can't hardly turn around without crossing the state line. But anyway, so no, just congratulations to Mom and Knuckle Buster there, and I don't know, maybe Knuckle Buster will actually send us some pictures of Mom and Knuckle Buster wearing you got to have a model on your page, don't you, for the apparel? I'm thinking.
Oh yeah,
somebody's going to get apparel. Somebody could model apparel. I'm thinking. I don't know. Just a thought. So hey, with that, we'll let you go, and you can go out and look for another intelligent caller there before the end of the show.
We can find one. We can seek volunteers for models. I don't know. Yeah, I bet you Knuckle Buster would volunteer. I guarantee you Gilligan would volunteer. I don't know. You want to see him modeling our merchandise? It's about 12 before the hour. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So actually, later on this evening, as Philip mentioned earlier, it's go time for 4 civilian astronauts to actually orbit the planet for 3 days. That's the anticipation. Elon Musk, SpaceX, gonna going to be a big event. I don't know if he's just trying to drum up some hype for SpaceX or what the case was this past day. But he sends out a tweet yesterday that sends everybody into a frenzy. He said, "I'm not saying there are UFOs, but there are UFOs." 3 months ago, the Pentagon shared that bombshell report that did not rule out aliens existing. The long-awaited report released in June detailing what the government knows about a series of mysterious objects that they've seen observed in military airspace over the last several decades. Now Elon has seemingly said he believes there could be visitors from another world with that tweet. "I'm not saying there's UFOs, but there are UFOs." Sparking a huge response via social media, many asking, what do you know? What do you know? What more do you know than they're telling us? With all the SpaceX flights you've done, I'm pretty sure you've got tons of monitors into a dark room where you keep watching the classified images that your cameras get. But the question is, does NASA monitor it as well? Come on, release the secrets, Elon. Life's too short. Earlier this year, he said that while he has not seen evidence of aliens, and there could be dead civilizations out in space, but speaking in discussion on the voice chatting app, he said there are arguments that it's likely that consciousness might exist outside of Mars, but he's pretty sure that we would know about it. "I've seen nothing to indicate that there's any alien civilization whatsoever. I'd be the first to jump on that in a second. But I have not yet seen any such evidence." And they keep talking about objects being seen, spotted near the International Space Station. There's been a number of these sort of things during live feeds. The unusual white cylinder-shaped device was seen on the same day as high-speed objects were caught hovering near the International Space Station. Something is clearly roaming the skies of this planet. All right. Cue the Twilight Zone. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Well, you should just travel up the road there to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They're supposed to have all the materials from Roswell Air Force Base in a secure hangar up there.
I've heard that.
I guess you've heard that. But really what I called in about was when I heard Blind Man talking about all these spam calls. You keep up on all this FCC stuff, I take it. And in the front of the phone book, it has all the stuff about harassing and annoying phone calls and cites the law that it violates. I'm curious, how do they allow all this spoofing of numbers? I know that there's some of them that I don't know how they do it. I know at one time one of the brains out there in California had came up with a spoofing app that anyone could use. But I'm just curious, where is using a fake number? Because sometimes I'll dial those back, and it's this number is no longer in use or something of that nature. So I'm just curious. Do you have any idea why FCC is allowing this? Because it's purely if they're not using the correct phone number, it violates the law that they cite in the front of the phone book. So I was just kind of curious if you'd ever heard anything along that line.
I mean, it's been several years ago when they implemented that the no-call list, and then I thought they added the cell phones to the ability to be on the no-call list. And for those that violate it, which obviously it's happening every day, I don't know if they put a conscious effort into trying to go after these spoofers and spammers or what the case is.
Well, you see, usually it's some sort of a scam to try to get your identity to commit another I know there's some sort of a, whether it's housing theft or credit card or anything of that nature. So it's the beginning of some sort of a crime, and it just looks to me like it would be one of the quickest ways to solve some of this white collar crime is the phone companies have to have a way to track this because they send them a bill every month for the use of the phone. So I just don't really, I mean, I have to believe that the phone people are in on it. And then also as far as the terrorists and things of that nature, who knows what could be going on there. I think Pappy talked that night about the 2-hop rule. If you unfortunately get, some terrorist calls your phone number or uses a terrorist, with like one of these throwaway phones or a drug dealer or anything of that nature, you can get tangled up in something that totally innocent. But anyway, when I heard Blind Man talking about that, I was just kind of wondering about that because I'm on the do not call list and the phone will ring sometimes 20 times a day, and I don't even answer it. I just let the answering machine do its thing. And I just remind them that this phone number is on the do not call list. And it's also monitored for dark web activity, which it is because I have voice over IP phone. It's not the old landline phone, which they pretty much did away with anyway. But anyway, I was just kind of curious about that. And when you were talking about General Milley there, there would have to be so many people that submarine Trump that could be tried on treason. Pretty much his whole cabinet and everybody else associated with it, the National Security Council. I really don't know where it would stop because remember, General Milley was the one that told Trump not to invoke the Insurrection Act last year when all the rioting was going on. And I don't know where Mike Pence was coming from when he took over the transition and nominated some of the people he did to go into Trump's cabinet. But
Trump actually, he made hindsight after the fact, he said he made a big mistake in Milley, incompetent fool. Hey, right there though, we're out of time. Have a great hump day. Enjoy your day, and be aware in the Northeast. Have your weather alert apps up and running, available. Could see some strong storms stretching, especially through Pennsylvania up into Maine. Later on this afternoon, tornadoes are going to be a concern in that region of the country, of course. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.